Chapter 2033. It was the first time the broken land of origin had been so lively since it was reforged. Accidents were very unexpected, and they would happen without anyone knowing. Otherwise, it would not be called an accident. Just like how he did not know why he brought everyone into the broken land of origin. Just like how Suifeng and the others thought that they were on their way back, they ended up in a place that was both familiar and strange at the same time. Now, they were surrounded by a group of figures in white light. They were surrounded by a familiar aura, and they almost cried out loud. As a wanderer who had been away from home for more than 20 eras, they had already bid farewell to their past when they saw the light of day again. At this moment, they unexpectedly saw their shadows. The emotions that had been sealed for countless years flooded their bodies like a flood. Anyway, Brother Lei really cried. When he heard about Luo Ying's news, he looked up to the sky and sighed to stop his tears from falling. Now, he could no longer hold it in. He hugged one of the figures in white light and sobbed. Only then did he realize that his brother also had such a weak side. That's really... Anyway, the four of them were, well, even though it was lively, it was true that they were full of sadness. He could not bear to see such a scene, so he turned his head and pretended that he did not see it. Well, Suifeng and the others were catching up. We see you, and the others were pulled aside by the heavenly god of origin to chat. Shuang. Oh, she was pulled aside by the heavenly god of origin, who had a half-meter long tuft of a hogue on her head. It seemed that she was the slightly scary sister Bing that Suifeng and the others kept mentioning. As for him, he was now sitting next to his little angel and slowly sipping his tea. The area within 3 meters of them was a quiet area. There was no noise or commotion. 6 meters to the right of them was the noisy scene. Aren't you going to greet them? Yun Nuoshing glanced at her. She was still calmly drinking her tea. He suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, I forgot that you don't talk much with them." "Not really. It's just that. Let them go," she replied softly. She replied softly and poured him a cup of tea. She tilted her head to look at the little angel and said in a calm tone, "A life of chaos." The little angel immediately became nervous. She lowered her head and carefully retracted her wings. Yun Nuoshing grabbed the little girl's hand and gently squeezed it to calm her down. Then she turned to her and said, "It's a little troublesome to change the order. It's still not over after 5 eras. Do you have a more stable method? To be honest, I don't really want to use a method that might require rescue." She tilted her head and looked at them. "Is it someone important to you?" "Yes, it's very important." Yun Nuoshing nodded without hesitation. "Oh." She turned her head, took a sip of tea, and continued, "Between order and chaos, there is indeed a path to switch. As you know, they fall from order to chaos, and the reverse path also exists. However, the latter is only a path that exists in theory." Well, he could understand. There were examples of order falling into chaos, but he did not know about the other way around. After all, those pure chaos beings could not leave their oasis. On the side of order, no one had seen chaos beings before. So, everything about them was covered with a layer of black cloth. Naturally, no one knew what would happen if the chaos beings were to switch to order. It's just a theory. Even with our knowledge, there is still a risk. She turned her head to look at the little angel and asked softly, "Are you prepared?" The little angel took a deep breath. She could not help but clench Little Star's hands tightly. Mei Mao nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I have been prepared for this for a long time." She turned her head to look at little Xingxing. "I want to help him. He needs my help. He's an idiot who only knows how to hold on. Without anyone watching him, he'll act recklessly at any time." Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and spat out a mouthful of water. She looked at the angel with a blushing face. You. Just say it. Why are you talking about me? It's true. The little angel stuck her tongue out at him. Then she looked at her and chuckled. You think so too, right? He is a fool. Indeed. She nodded. Yun Nuoshing was speechless for a while. Great. These two met in the blink of an eye. Then they decided to work together to deal with him. Seeing his gloomy appearance, she seemed to let out a faint laugh, which made him immediately perk up his ears. However, when he thought about how he couldn't see her expression even though she was a ball of white light, he gave up on the idea of turning his head. You have such awareness. Your courage is commendable. Since that is the case, I will give you a hand, she said softly to the little angel. The latter heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, she had already thought of all kinds of worse endings, because she did not expect that she would suddenly come in and meet the Origin heavenly God. She had already prepared herself mentally. From the standpoint of order and chaos, she was worried that if she saw them, she would. She did not expect them to be so easy to talk to. Yun Nuoshing smiled and patted the little angel's head. She said to her in her soul, Don't worry. Don't be nervous. Recently, you have encountered something related to us. Her sudden words made Yun Nuoshing understand that it was time to get down to business. He nodded and told her the series of things that had just ended, including the matter of Luoying. Then, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. I feel like I have encountered these things once. After it is over, I will come here to report the progress of things to you. She could not help but nod. I feel the same. It is inevitable. Luoying, AI Hongyun, and the others, chaos concept bodies. Her hand that was holding the teacup tightened slightly. She sighed softly and reminded him, Do not be reckless. Even if it is you, it will not be easy to deal with the chaos concept bodies and free them. I know. Of course, I know. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and held his head. That is why it is very, very far in the future. If I rush over now, I will only be courting death. Let me finish. She flicked her finger on his forehead and said slowly, At this time, the chaos concept bodies are in a dormant state. You cannot expel them from the first generation's soul. The only way is to wait for them to come to life and defeat them again. And defeat them completely. Only then can the first generation be freed from their current state. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Defeat them completely? Completely disintegrate until they are exiled to the primordial environment of the chaos void. Yun Nuoshing. That's too difficult to handle. Back then, AI Hongyun and Luoying were unable to completely destroy the chaotic concept bodies. At most, they made them stay in a nest on the spot. Furthermore, they occupied the nest and did not pay rent. They even wanted to tear down the house. They were extremely bad tenants. Is there no way to send them back to the chaos void? Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and smiled bitterly. There is. For us, there is a way. But you can't do it. Don't tell me it is concept-level power. Exactly. She nodded slightly, seeing him take a deep breath and lean on the shoulder of the little angel next to him. She took a sip of tea and said indifferently, Right now, you are unable to use concept-level power. With the power of the weight of the great Yuan realm alone, you are unable to separate the chaos concept bodies from their souls. I'm afraid that it will not be easy to completely defeat them. You must be kidding. How is that not easy? It is completely impossible. How can it be done? She was slightly stunned. Oh, that is true. Entrusted with the goal and hope of the distant future. Yes, one day, you will reach here one day. Even if it is in the future that is close to eternity, as long as you do not give up and keep moving forward, you will be able to reach it. Yun Nuoshing could not help but mumble, I do hope that you will come back quickly one day. That way, my pressure will be reduced a lot. She stretched out her hand and patted his head, stroking his soft hair. We also want to, however, we do not know where we have reincarnated and what we are doing at this time. The complete collapse, that time hurt the root after all. Perhaps it will take a long time for us to come back. If you want to see us, you have to wait. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel could not help but mumble in their hearts, we have waited for 139 eras, and we still haven't seen your return. However, just like how Luo Ying and AI Hongyun trust you, perhaps you will be able to complete the task here without relying on us. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. What a strange trust. Luo Ying said that you have been spying on me, although it is an uncertain future. She always feels that my ghost floating around the land of origin is haunted. Is that the source of the trust? Her hand that was stroking his hair froze for a moment. After a while, she continued to stroke his hair naturally. She told you, indeed, because I am bored and because of the connection between you and me, I can see a lot of scenes of the uncertain future. I just treat it as entertainment and relaxation. For example, watching me suffer in all kinds of ways, seeking death in all kinds of ways, being tortured in all kinds of ways. Yun Nuoshing could not help but ridicule himself. Those are indeed very surprising. She is right. You are an idiot who does not know how to cherish yourself. You have been like this from the beginning to the end. She suddenly grabbed his hair and fiddled with his head from side to side. You really need someone to watch over you. Ugh, ugh. Yun Nuoshing slammed his head on the table. His face was gloomy and helpless. Ahem. Let's not talk about this. He suddenly looked up at her and said, Let me ask you something. What is the use of the ring of frost descent? It seems to belong to that person, but the record in the heart of the world is only 12 short words. We are all confused. Ice likes to play pranks on people. She did not even write a real manual, but you don't have to worry about the ring of frost descent. Since her inheritor is here, she will do her best to explain everything clearly. Oh, all right then. Speaking of this topic, she turned to look at Shuang. The inheritor of ice is an origin life form. In order to achieve such a situation, she needs to completely replace the origin of the structure, the form of the laws, and the origin of the laws in a short period of time until it affects the life form. But the probability is very low, and according to this situation, there should be many loopholes left. But looking at her current stable state, it seems that she has been patched up. Yun Nuoshing also looked at Shuang and whispered, There are no aftereffects, right? This is the first time I have dealt with this kind of thing. Although theoretically there is no problem, I can't guarantee that the reality will not be a joke. Don't worry, it has been stabilized. At this time, she is a stable origin life form, no different from a naturally born origin life form. She took a sip of tea. But to be able to do such a thing in the void, Shuang doesn't remember it herself. She only remembers that she encountered. It seems to be an energy shock in the void. Or maybe it was an explosion in the void. Some kind of void disaster? Anyway, when she came back to her senses, she was already like this. Yun Nuoshing shook her head, regarding the cause and effect of that time. Shuang, this little fool, was not clear about it, and it was a long time ago, so there was no way to trace it. It shouldn't be something fatal, right? It's hard to say. There are always unknown accidents in the void. Yes, accidents. He glanced at her and could not help but say, For example, when you used all your strength to trigger the void turbulence, the entire Yuan realm exploded with a boom. The obsession left behind at that time is still lingering in the void, and it is waiting to collapse the void again. She was stunned for a moment, and even her action of pouring tea stopped. That was the aftermath of my guidance back then? Ah, didn't I tell you? Yun Nuoxing slowly sat up straight and coughed softly. The void turbulence, that's what we call it. At the last moment when you guided that thing, it exploded with a boom. I remember that, but I didn't expect there to be a follow-up effect. Her voice sounded a little dazed. Oh, then there's nothing else. It's just that there's another obsession of yours. Yun Nuoxing wanted to say that this obsession might have lasted for a few eras without weakening. If he said that, it would be difficult to explain. So, he decided to let it go. The void turbulence is still far away from us. It might take a few eras for it to happen again. Calculating the time, it's still early, but it's not too early. We can still deal with it. After all, the normal destructive power is not particularly great. The void turbulence last time did not even scratch off a layer of skin of those people from the underworld. Although I know it's because of the immune space, I can't help but want to complain. She was speechless. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands and said, "That's what happened back then, right? There's nothing we can do about it. It's a good thing to have your obsession left behind. Those bastards that we can't get rid of, we can use your obsession to turn them upside down. The prerequisite is that you can't just blow up order, but not do anything to chaos." She was once again speechless. So, let's not talk about that first. Anyway, we can't deal with your obsession. We have to wait for you to come back and deal with it yourself. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and shrugged. Let's talk about something else now. Come, look at my eyes. I noticed it at first glance. She nodded. You saw something I left behind? A book that you opened with your mark. Remembering that she seemed to hate other people reading her books, he quickly added, "But we went straight into the book and went to the former continent of origin. Then, under the source tree, we were deceived by the energy you left behind." The light on her body flickered, but after hearing that, the light stabilized. She then pondered for a moment. What you saw might be the replenishment energy that I left for the source tree. Although he was relieved that he didn't hear that it was deliberately left for him, he was still a little confused. Why did you seal the energy for watering the tree in the book? Watering, that's a good way to put it. The source tree needs to replenish its energy once every era. Maybe I was writing something at that time, and someone came to call me. After I was done, I came back and saved the amount for the next time, and threw it into the book. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel were speechless. That was really convenient. Well, this case was solved. This was the fertilizer left for the source tree in the past. It's just that the fertilizer wasn't applied to the source tree, but to him instead. He wasn't burned to death because it happened to be her energy. Furthermore, there were many other things helping to share the burden. Otherwise, he would have already been sent to the spiritual temple to report to the spiritual temple. She was treating him like a tree and planting him. What would there be 2 more lunatics in the coming year? I see. When you came into contact with that energy, you came into contact with the fragment that exceeded the limit. The excessive fragment deepened your connection with this place to a certain extent, so it brought you all here at once. She let out a sound of realization, then slowly turned around and moved a little closer to him. When they were only a few inches apart, she suddenly reached out and pressed her hand on his face. He was slightly stunned. Then she stretched out her finger and pulled at his eyelids. He could not help but ask, "You need to check me like this?" The traces of the eyes are more obvious. She calmly lifted his eyelids and examined his eyelids. After a while, her voice became more serious. That energy is too much for you. Even with my energy source and the divine pattern that I left behind to take almost all of the pressure for you, the remnant energy still caused some unavoidable changes to your body. Is the change of the eyes a characteristic? The little angel asked nervously. You can see it as a symptom. At this time, his soul and body are filled with my energy, and the characteristics related to energy are temporarily replaced. She looked at his long, colorful hair and reached out to stroke it gently. However, because the other energy is of the same level as my energy, the characteristics will not be completely replaced. One of the characteristics of energy life forms, self-observation, can easily distinguish the situation of oneself. It's just that the changes in his body are bigger. After checking his eyes for a while, she moved her palm down. A slight amount of energy flowed through her palm into his soul, causing the destruction divine pattern to emerge. But the situation stunned the little angel a little. The destruction divine pattern that was only the size of a palm on his forehead had now expanded many times. It spread from his forehead along his face to his body. The red and black lines shone like a rushing river. It was a shocking and scary sight. The divine pattern has expanded. The situation is still stable, but it has reached the critical level of stability. You need to check again. As she spoke, the hand that was holding his face continued to move downwards. It went along his collar and into his back, making him shudder violently. He quickly jumped up and jumped back. He tightened his collar and shook his head vigorously. Wait. No, you can't do this. Let me see, she shouted loudly. She took a big stride forward and grabbed him, wanting to take off his clothes. No, in public, I'm going to scream. I'm really going to scream. Check his body, let me see. Yun Nuoshing was so anxious that his face turned red. He tried to parry her hands. Bah, what parry? He couldn't parry her at all. It was just a last-ditch struggle. He would be forcibly subdued if he struggled for another 2 seconds. At this moment, a group of people had gathered around. Those few shouts had attracted their attention. Now, looking at the silent surroundings, it was as if they were waiting to watch a good show. If they were to be stripped by her here today, they would be done for. It was all F***ing over. This was a super social death. His life could be restarted. Bah, it could be directly destroyed. He admitted that there was an illness that needed to be treated. He wasn't someone who would hide his illness from treatment. Moreover, he knew that he was definitely in some kind of crisis, overload, and on the verge of reaching his limit. Although he was still alive and kicking now, he might shatter like glass in a moment. But there were so many people here, and she directly rushed forward to take off his clothes. How could he take this? This wouldn't do. Seeing that his hands were completely restrained and his collar was grabbed, Yun Nuoshing was so anxious that his face turned red. His last desire to live made him shout at the top of his voice, "Can't you change to a place where there's no one?" She was stunned for a moment. She turned around and looked at the people who were all craning their necks to show that they were waiting to see a good show. She took half a minute to react. "Oh, that's true. Yun Nuoshing. What the hell were you thinking just now?" Ignoring everyone's gaze, she dragged him toward the White Palace. When she passed by, she also dragged the little angel with her. She also left a sentence to the people here. "Go in for a while. Don't come in." Ice Goddess watched the 3 of them leave. She couldn't help but say, "Oh, I thought I could watch a good show. Now, it seems like it's a private show." All the heavenly gods of origin were speechless. The young man couldn't help but say, "You dare to watch their show? Aren't you afraid of being thrown out?" Ice Goddess covered her mouth and laughed. The ahog on her head swayed. As long as I have the courage, what kind of show can I watch? If it weren't for you guys watching me last time, I would have pulled the little guy into the room to dress up. Everyone. We and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't help but look back at Sui Ching. They saw that her pretty face was turning white and red. They seemed to know why she had such a difficult expression when she mentioned Sister Ice. It must be very difficult to deal with someone like her. Speaking of which, Feng is really unlucky these days. First, he was molested by Luoying. Now, the heavenly gods of origin are going to strip him for a body check in front of everyone. Cough, cough. We couldn't help but say through the soul transmission, Lord Feng has actually been a little unlucky. Jing Yuanji also added. Siyu and the others nodded vigorously. They all looked at the palace gate that had just been closed. It must be very difficult to deal with such a god, right? In a spacious room in the palace. He didn't have the mood to look at the room. After all, he wasn't brought to the place of creation, nor was he brought to a place with strange patterns. It was just a normal and beautiful room. She turned around and closed the door. After setting up the seal, she pointed at the big bed and looked at him. In an unquestionable tone, she said, "Little girl, take off his clothes. Get on the bed." Yun Nuoshing's face was flushed red. His body was numb, and his brain was numb. He could no longer think. It was only with the help of his little angel that he managed to walk to the bedside. He felt like he was being put on a slaughterhouse. He was powerless to resist and could only wait. The little angel saw him looking at her in a daze. She stuck her tongue out at him. She didn't think much of it. She had seen it before in her memory. Well, she had seen it before. And taking off his clothes was a basic skill. Yes, without hesitation, she reached out her hands. The whole process took less than a minute. In short, she smoothly took off Little Star's clothes and pressed him on the bed. He was stunned. It was as if his soul had gone numb. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She squatted by the bed, stroked his face, and whispered, "Little Star, are you okay?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He responded instinctively, "I can't bear to look back on the past. And there's another. I feel like I've lost all my integrity. I don't have the face to see anyone anymore. Nothing matters anymore. There's nothing to be afraid of." The little angel didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was talking about how Xian, Feng, and Ming pressed him on the bed and took off his clothes. Ignoring the interaction between the two, she walked closer to him and looked at the runes that had spread all over his body. She reached out and pressed her hand on his back where the runes were the densest. She whispered, "The situation is worse than I thought." The little angel held his hand and turned her gaze. At this time, Little Star's back looked like a landscape painting. Countless complex and mysterious runes painted a very abstract picture that occupied every inch of space. It also looked like a layer of reddish-black skin. His white skin could only be seen in the holes at the corners, although it looked like a landscape painting with mountains, rivers, and more complicated things. Every line was flashing with a mesmerizing reddish-black light. However, it was definitely not as superficial as what she had seen on the surface. She had just seen the front, the upper body, and thought that the front was already very scary. She didn't expect the back to be the worst. "Can you handle it?" the little angel asked worriedly. She stared at his soul. The light on her body gradually grew brighter. She used her finger to draw a golden circle on his back where the runes were the densest. She then nodded. "No problem. Just guide this part of the energy into my divine carrier. But this part of the energy will need to be handled by you." She exhaled softly and pressed her hands on the golden circle. "Then I'll do it." Little girl, protect his soul. Chapter 2034. Actually, there wasn't much of a crackling process. All he had to do was close his eyes and count. He didn't feel any pain, there wasn't any golden light, and nothing else. By the time he reacted, nothing had changed. But according to the little angel, the strange landscape painting on his body had disappeared. His skin was smooth and elastic. She even reached out and pinched his waist. Cough, cough. Judging from the results, it was pretty good. It didn't take long. Only 2 hours had passed. The hidden danger has been removed. All the energy has been transferred to the divine vessel. However, you will need to deal with it in the appropriate time. She turned and waited for him to change his clothes and come behind her. Then she turned to look at him and nodded after confirming that there was no problem. That part of the energy cannot repair the divine vessel, nor can it stay for long. It will be released quickly after the lid is removed. It was originally a little modification to allow the primal tree to quickly absorb it. In short, you need to use it well before it evaporates completely. You should take advantage of this opportunity to do whatever you can. Yin Nuoshing saw her nod in agreement and shrugged. I'm very familiar with it. It just so happens that there is a lack of energy here, and this is your energy. That means there are more places to try. By the way, since it's the energy you left behind, there should be concept class power in it, right? Yes, but you can't use it. Knowing his hard work in the void frontline, she seemed to know what he was worried about. Creations that cannot withstand concept-level power will hide when encountering them and disappear after a while. There is no need to worry that the creations will be damaged because of this. All right. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. Her eyes that had regained their colorful luster flickered slightly. But what if it's a creation that can withstand concept class power? I can keep this energy. All right. You just said that you need to use it as soon as possible. It seems that the storage and recharging types can't be done. She shrugged lightly. Energy that cannot be stored and can only be used immediately. He really did not know how to deal with it at the moment. He did have some ideas, such as using that energy to forcefully change the origin of the sea of energy again and raise its level, although changing the origin of the sea of energy twice was a little short and would slow down the overall transformation. There was no other way now. He had to prioritize how to maximize the effect of the best energy of order. There was also the matter of how he dealt with himself. His current list of options for strengthening himself was a lower priority. Now that he had this energy and a large number of fragments related to her, he could raise that part of her power and deal with his origin of soul as well. The pain. Although he was used to it, either way, he was used to it. I almost forgot about the special world-light clusters hidden under the sea of energy. Those world-light clusters are created and condensed based on the sea of energy. If there's time, I'll leave a part of the energy and wait for those world-light clusters to be transformed. Then I'll see if I can use this energy to change the world-light clusters. Zhang Tai thought to himself, I've almost forgotten about the special world-light clusters under the sea of energy. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his thoughts pouring out like a flood. You're saying that I directly use that energy to blow up the underworld? Yin Nuoshing paused at the simple and straightforward idea, her radiance hence dimming a little. It was only after a while that she shook her head and said, helplessly, a beautiful idea. But if the underworld really possesses the power of chaos concept bodies, as we thought, this energy alone would not be able to completely destroy it. Although there is an 80% chance of eliminating one chaos concept body, what about the rest? Are you prepared to deal with the remaining power of the underworld? Chaos concept bodies would definitely use the chaos domain, which is a domain completely isolated from the outside world. The idea of wiping them all out is beautiful, but it is also completely unrealistic. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and laughed dryly. I was just thinking about it. I'm a little obsessed. She sighed and stretched out her hand to caress his beautiful face. Her voice was gentle as she said, "You still have to walk the path one step at a time. If you accidentally come across something related to us, just treat it as an opportunity that we have left for you, an opportunity. However, do not place all your chips on it, because it is ultimately a power that does not match your current level of strength. There is still a gap between you, and it can only be used as a supplementary power in an emergency or critical moment. You cannot use it as your main power." "All right." Yun Nuoshing frowned and smiled bitterly, scratching her cheeks. "Then let me ask you something. What is the realm of the Lord of the Underworld?" She pinched his cheeks. "Do you really want to know?" "TSK, you already know about the chaos concept body. Could it be that the Lord of the Underworld is more difficult to deal with than a chaos concept body?" He sneered and put his hands on his hips, looking at her fearlessly. "Tell me, I've prepared everything. Tell me, what is the peak of the realm?" Yun Nuoshing looked at him for a while and softly replied in an analytical tone, "Counting from the time we last met at the end of the 39th era, including the time that has passed for more than a dozen eras, and according to the decline of this era, as well as the possibility of being transformed and amplified by the chaos concept body." She paused for a few seconds, causing Yun Nuoshing and the little angel to hold their breaths and wait nervously. They nervously watched as the light on her body brightened slightly. Then she said in a voice that sounded like a judgment, "If there are no accidents, 7 transformations." "Hiss!" Yun Nuoshing grimaced, her pretty face turning bitter. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Then we have to hold him down and beat him up for at least half a minute. Damn it. Wait, what if there are accidents?" "Transformed and amplified by the chaos concept body, 8 transformations," Yun Nuoshing replied indifferently. Yun Nuoshing covered her eyes and looked up at the sky in silence for a while. "Then, shall we end this topic?" Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "Then let's go out first. Don't let them wait too long." Yun Nuoshing's face frowned helplessly. Holding the little angel, she followed Yun Nuoshing and walked out of the palace. When the closed gate of the palace opened, everyone in the manor turned their heads. Seeing the 3 of them walk out normally, they all sighed in relief. It seemed that nothing earth-shattering happened. "Phone, what happened just now? Are you okay?" Hui asked nervously through the soul transmission. Although they looked fine on the surface, it did not mean that they were actually fine. They would not believe that the god of destruction had caused such a big commotion just now. They had to ask quickly, otherwise they would be worried. "Actually, there's no problem." Yun Nuoshing's pretty face blushed again. She hurriedly shook her head to get rid of those strange thoughts and replied with a question, I have an unlimited question to ask you guys. I have a huge amount of energy here. Currently, it is known that it is very powerful and has a huge amount of energy. However, it will start to disappear after a while, which means that it can't stay for long. Based on the attitude of frugality, this part of useful, powerful, and high-level energy definitely can't be wasted. So, with this energy, is there anything you guys want to do with it? There is no way to store energy. Hui immediately put on a distressed expression. However, Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and said to them who were about to ponder, "Don't think about it now. Don't think about anything now. What you need to do now is to communicate with your heavenly origin god. I just mentioned it to let you know about it. We will talk about it when we get back." "Oh, okay." Yun Nuoshing sat down with her. She took a sip of tea and heaved a sigh of relief. It was impossible to get rid of the topic just now. The pinnacle of the 7th or eighth change was such a headache. It seemed like he was on the same level as Luo Ying and the others. Yes, he was on the same level as AI Hongyun and Luo Ying back then. Luo Ying had told him before. If she did not say it, he would not have known. After all, there was a gap of hundreds of great Yuan realms between them. No wonder he was defeated the moment they met. Seeing that she had turned to look at him, and her body was glowing, coupled with the young man's words just now, he thought of something else. By the way, he just said that you have something to tell me? She reached out her hand and patted his head gently. There is something important to say. Let me organize it. Yun Nuoxing shuddered, and her pretty face turned pale. This kind of serious tone makes my liver tremble a little. Can you just tell me what kind of topic you are talking about? My heart is already beating faster and faster. Tell me, are you going to string me up again? How much do you want me to die? Ouch! She raised her hand and knocked on his head. She shook her head helplessly. After a while, she slowly said, "It's about creation. It's about wrath. I know that you are busy with the creation of order. After you left last time, I have been looking for him here, but I couldn't find him. But I saw some things he left behind. I have collected all of them. Maybe they can help you." Yun Nuoxing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard that it had nothing to do with the things in his mind. However, the topic that she brought up made him feel a little weird. He tilted his head and was puzzled. No, how can there be things he left behind in this broken place? Shouldn't you be the only ones in this place? Why are there other things left behind? In fact, we are not the only ones in this place. There are some things that are related to us left behind, just like our home. When you first came in, you were not facing an empty space, and not only did you see a barren continent, right? Yun Nuoxing carefully thought back to the scene when he first came to the shattered origin continent. It was indeed not just a barren continent. This palace had already existed at that time. That seems to be the case. No. I still feel that this is a little strange. So in the end, why would the things you left behind appear? You people appeared because, what did you say before? Something about missing fragments, right? But an artifact is different from a person, right? She looked at him blankly for a while. She then raised her hand and flicked his forehead. Idiot! Puffed. The little angel. Puffed. Yun Nuoxing blushed and squeezed the hand of the angelic girl who had turned her head away to hide her laughter. Everything about you guys is so mysterious. Why am I so? Oh, why am I such an idiot? I have mentioned it many times before. Seeing that he did not want to admit it, she flicked his forehead again. Then she pressed his head and gently rubbed it. The birth of this space came from your missing and your sea of consciousness, your connection with us. And this space comes from our energy and fragments. You are a bridge in the sea of consciousness. You are the only channel that can affect this broken place. I still remember that sentence. Yun Nuoxing twitched the corner of her mouth. Then her expression changed slightly. She seemed to have understood something. The energy that came from your people and the large number of fragments. Could it be that some of the fragments that I came into contact with are constantly gathering here, and some of the fragments just happen to be complete and reappear some of the things that once existed in your people? Do you understand now? She nodded lightly. Most of the things that remain in the palace are fragments. They are all fragments that you encountered that are related to us. There are many of them, but not many of them can be put back together. Even if some of them have been restored, they will not be able to help you. However, there are exceptions to everything. There are indeed things that have been restored in Lortha's residence, and Wait, Yun Nuoshing immediately raised her hand to interrupt her. Then, she yelled toward the noisy area. See you? Come over here and listen to the lesson. See you, who was chatting with some heavenly god of origin, immediately perked up her ears. She flew toward Little Star like a gust of wind. When she saw that there were people sitting on both sides of Little Star, she thought for a moment. Then, she sat down on a chair next to him. She folded her hands and looked like she was all ears. Yes, I'm ready. Yun Nuoshing. Wait, there's still a seat here. Forget it. She looked at the girl, who was smiling and sticking to him. Then, she said in a slightly surprised voice, Lortha's inheritor? That's right. Yun Nuoshing wrapped her arms around Siyu's waist so that she wouldn't fall off the chair. We have to tell her about that person. That's perfect. She nodded and slowly raised her right hand. A golden light appeared, and a golden ball the size of a human head appeared in her hand. There were a bunch of energy runes on the surface of the ball, and they intertwined with each other to form a series of indescribable images. She looked at the golden ball for a while before placing it in Siyu's hand. Lorth left this behind. No. Some of Lortha's knowledge about creation is recorded here. It should be something that he left behind when he was communicating with his inheritor, the inheritor of the god of creation. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. There's no one in the second generation. Could it be the first? She nodded slightly. Seeing that Siyu was looking at the golden ball curiously, she said, If I'm not mistaken, she should be like Ai Hongyun and Luo Ying, sealing the conceptual body of chaos in a corner of the void with her own body. Hearing that it was the same situation again, Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. She sighed gloomily. The inheritors of the first generation are like fate. Fate. She repeated it softly and sighed softly. That's right. And chaos, fate is like a cage that we can never break free from. We trap ourselves in the cage and throw the cage into the storm to be swept along with the wind without rest. When the grand primordial realm was born, order and chaos were divided as if they wanted to see us compete with them. I'm just talking to myself. This topic was denied by us more than 300 eras ago. It's not as complicated as you think. The grand primordial realm and the void are both very pure existences. Well, I haven't thought about anything yet. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. She could not help but laugh dryly. I just feel that what you said just now seems to be more pessimistic than me. That's the truth. It doesn't matter whether we are pessimistic or not. Since it's fate, we just need to face it head on. We had a similar conversation more than 200 eras ago. She took a sip of tea and said casually, Order has always been weaker than chaos since its birth. If pessimism is due to the lack of combat power, then order has been pessimistic for 382 eras. You know all this. So, you don't care whether you are pessimistic or optimistic. Just like us, just like me, you ignore hope and despair and only move forward for the sake of moving forward. That's true. Yun Nuoshing tapped her head and sighed worriedly. There was an indescribable emotion between her eyebrows, which made her a little curious. You seem to have something on your mind. Compared to the last time I saw you, it seems to be more heavy. I've said it just now. He let out a long sigh. It's just what I said to Luo Ying and the others. I still think about it from time to time. Sometimes I feel a little troubled, although I know that it's useless for me to be troubled here. But when I think about it, I'm a little worried about them. Tisk, I'm thinking too much. I can't handle such a difficult matter at the moment. It's useless to think too much. Shaking her head and patting her forehead, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and threw away all the distracting thoughts. She looked at Siyu, who was deep in thought as she received the huge amount of information. She looked at the orb with a little curiosity. Can I see the things he left behind? There's no limit. You can take it back and read it slowly. It was originally prepared for you, but I didn't expect you to bring Roth's heir here. But that's good too. Someone can share the burden of creation-related matters for you. As for the results, it's fine. If there's still time, she should be able to help you handle the creations related to us. Yun Nuoxing perked up when she heard that. She was definitely referring to the two staffs and the ones in the Fortress of Origins. So, can we finally dismantle the Fortress of Origins? She was stunned. When she turned to look at him, he seemed to feel the same inexplicable astonishment in her eyes. Dismantle? What have you done before? Why do you mention dismantle? For example, dismantling the Temple of Origins, the Staff of Origins, and the Staff of Creation. I intend to find some useful information from their structure to strengthen the creations in the Void frontline. In fact, it was because of this that the creations in the Void frontline were upgraded. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and did not mince his words. She was speechless. It's useless even if you look at me like that. It's an established fact. Yun Nuoxing stuck her tongue out at her. Anyway, there's a concept-level space. It can be repaired. It's fine. But can I dismantle it? Tisk, I'll dismantle it even if I can't. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't handle the Fortress of Origins and couldn't dig out its core for a look, I would have dismantled it long ago. I'll do whatever I can. If I can dismantle it, I'll dismantle it. If I can't dismantle it, I'll dismantle it. Anyway, it's not a big problem even if I can put it back. Yun Nuoxing gave a thumbs up and said fearlessly, if I don't dismantle it, how can I strengthen the Void frontline? You just said it yourself. The things you left behind are emergency plans. They're trump cards. Trump cards were meant to be used to strengthen the cards on the surface. I'm very familiar with this. I have to maximize my attack power at all costs. In this place, a normal voice could be heard by everyone. Moreover, he was getting more and more agitated as he spoke, which was why his words were heard by everyone. Instantly, the manor fell silent. The gods of Origin could not help but turn to look at a certain little fellow who had switched to an elegant posture and was drinking tea. Their emotions were churning and complicated. The youth nudged Hui with his elbow and could not help but ask, "Has the little fellow always been like this?" "Maple? Of course not." Hui waved his hand and shook his head vigorously. "It's 100 times worse when it's acting up, and it's acting up most of the time. Right now, it's actually considered normal. Oh, by the way, Maple is serious about maximizing his attack power. For example, he really wants to dismantle the Fortress of Origins, but has to put it aside because he doesn't know where to start. For example, he's still thinking about how to carry 2 cannons on his shoulders without killing himself first. Anyway, there's a lot more." When the heavenly gods of Origin heard this, and then saw the indifferent, calm, and habitual expressions on the children's faces, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did this little fellow come all the way here? Of course, they agreed with the topic of attacking Lames, but they had never seen anyone who would use any means to such an extent. To destroy their creations, study them for a while, and then put them back together. How straightforward and unpretentious. She looked at him speechlessly for a while before slowly putting down her cup. Out of nowhere, she took out a staff. Furthermore, half of the staff seemed to be broken. It was only 1 meter long, and there were clear signs of fragmentation at the tip. When you mentioned the creations, I remembered that I still have the divine symbol of Roth. I don't know when you'll be able to collect the fragments next time, but I'll put this broken part back together and give it to you. You can use energy to repair it. although it might take some time for you. Lost objects gathered in the shattered land cannot be reassembled here, but it can be done outside. Yun Nuashing reluctantly received the broken staff with an odd expression and took a few glances at it. It was a white rod the size of a fist without any patterns. Perhaps due to the severe damage, energy, rules, and order were almost unable to manifest. He could still sense the energy of the Creator God and his rule fragments, but it was very weak. Even if he could use energy to repair it, there was no telling how long it would take. Either way, he could not tell whether the new origin relic was good news or bad news. Well, it was definitely good news in the long run, but for the moment, he had a phobia of insufficient energy. When he threw it into the concept space to repair it, he could feel the number of the sea of energy on his forehead jumping up little by little, and every time it jumped, his breath would freeze. Looking at Siyu, who was still in deep thought, he shook off those insignificant thoughts in his mind. Well, even if it's for the girl, this staff has to be repaired. If it's overdrawn, then so be it. If it's overdrawn, then it's overdrawn. I'll always be able to recover in the future. And since I have such thoughts, I might as well go through with it. What's that? Yun Nuashing solemnly kept the staff, and then coughed dryly, blinking as he looked at her. Do you have that other? His little eyes had simply put everything he wanted to say on the surface, leaving her a little speechless. So, the rest are just fragments. Even if they are reassembled, they're just fragments that won't be of much help. It's fine. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, unmoved. I won't refuse any of them. Anyway, as long as it's your stuff, the concept space opened by the World Core can be repaired. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not, just fix it first. If it's useful, then keep it. If you can dismantle it, then dismantle it. If you can't dismantle it, then use it as a trump card. Even if it's your daily necessities, it's still an extra-large firework in the void. I'll save up 1,800,000 bursts of firework as a trump card and bombard their heads with it. 1 round per hour and 1 round per hour. Suppressive fire. How happy is that? Everyone was speechless. This kid is probably really hopeless, sensing that the atmosphere was not right, and seeing that everyone was looking at him speechlessly. Yun Nuashing quickly coughed dryly. What I meant was concept-level power. There's concept-level power in there. And we need to use concept-level power to kill the concept body of chaos. We can't use it, but you definitely have it in your stuff. Everyone was speechless, although that was the logic. And there was nothing wrong with the logic. They also knew that it would be difficult to deal with the concept body of chaos without concept-level power. Back then, the children of the first generation were also able to suppress the concept body of chaos with their help. Even this little guy could not make up for the gap caused by the lack of concept-level power, but looking at his strange, fanatical, and sickly smile, it looked like he was seriously ill. She was silent for a long time and could not even drink her tea. After a while, she slowly stood up and looked at him from above. Yun Nuashing shrunk his neck and looked at her carefully, not daring to say a word. Just when everyone thought that she was going to teach the sickly little guy a lesson, she grabbed him and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to find something good. I'll help you choose. When the time comes, remember to help me send a firework greeting to them." Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, they were all from the same family. Chapter 2035. Palaces. He believed that in the beginning, palaces were just small houses for the origin heavenly god and the others. Their houses were only small and medium-sized models in the 8 elements realm. In other places, whether it was the god realm or the 8 elements realm, as long as there was a high-level life form, the buildings would be especially large. On this basis, there were also various shrines and palaces, which were really huge. He always felt that lying in one of these shrines for a night was no different from lying in a square. Oh, as for the Origin Shrine, those were not counted. Those were strategic weapons, and the bigger the better. He would only complain that they were not big enough, but never too big. Such things must have been influenced by the Origins as well. Countless lives in billions of worlds would more or less be influenced by the Origins in every aspect. Their houses must be grand palaces because that was the style of their houses. The larger the building, the better. It would be best if it could fit a city inside, which was probably influenced by the size of their creations. Moreover, it would be fine if some palaces and shrines were large, but they would also become more complex. He had lost count of how many times he had lost his way in palaces and shrines of various styles. Now, whenever he stepped out and saw a large building, he would subconsciously spread his senses to find the way, or he would become an intruder who had entered someone else's forbidden land in less than 2 steps, and then the past would be unbearable to recall. Damn it! What he wanted to say was that the size of their small palace was just right, and there weren't so many complicated paths. There were 4 or 5 long corridors running through the entire building, and each corridor had its own independent hall, room, and so on. It was simple and straightforward. Oh, and the place where he was strung up. The important functional areas were all in the long corridors ahead of the entrance, and they just had to go deeper. Now, they happened to be in the same direction. However, they weren't going to the place where he was strung up, but deeper inside. This was a place where books, scrolls, crystal balls, energy crystals, and all kinds of strange things were piled up. Apart from the obvious books and scrolls that were obviously used to record words and information, it was difficult to identify what the other things were. Crystal balls could record information, and this method had been used in the divine realm until the 139th era. Energy crystals could also record information, but this method did not exist in that era. As for the other miscellaneous things, basically everything in sight could record information, and one could not even tell whether their main function was to record information or to do something else, because they were all energy creations. Nihility, that idiot Roth named it, although I always said that this is a storeroom. She led him and his little angel to this place, and when they saw the dazzling array of miscellaneous things, both of them held their breaths, and the little angel tightened her wings. Well, she had been cleaning up too much recently, and now, when she saw more miscellaneous things, she could not breathe, and her heart stopped. Although Luo Tianxian wanted to describe the purpose of this space by using the term all forms of nothingness, as she said, this place was no different from a storeroom. Of course, the overlapping space expanded the space of this hall to the extent that the further they explored, the more they couldn't see the end of it. The light came from the ceiling, the walls, and the floor, covering almost every inch and every corner of the space. The soft light was moderate in brightness, and it was also a little warm, which could make people relax. It was a suitable environment for sitting down and reading for a whole day. As far as the eye could see, in the spacious hall, there was a row of endless bookshelves by the side. They were close to each other, and there was no end in sight. When they looked up, they could not see the top either. It was like a huge box surrounded by bookshelves. These thick and huge shelves with sacred patterns flashed with the luster of energy, and from time to time, the familiar energy would be released into the surrounding space. Although it was very beautiful, Howrun did not know what it was used for. He thought he knew. About 20 meters above the ground, there was a row of bookshelves across a suspended bridge. The flow of energy there was more obvious. The flashing energy was probably used to fix the bridge, and at the same time, to prevent the books from falling and hitting them. Well, that was if there were books there. Yes, this was a very beautiful storeroom. Just the bookshelves alone were countless, but they were all empty. There were only a few books, scrolls, and crystal balls scattered on the tables and chairs in front of them, or on the bookshelves near them. In other places, the bookshelves were just bookshelves, and there was nothing on them. Now, in the nihility, there was only a pile of miscellaneous things in front of them, and it looked more miserable than the pile of miscellaneous things they just looted. These are the fragments I told you before. Most of them have been sorted and put back together, but they are just some small things left behind. If you have the time, you can take them back and have a look. She looked at the pile of miscellaneous things near the door and said, casually rummaging through the pile of miscellaneous things, Yun Nuoshing's expression changed a little. Fragments. It seemed like it was not only the fragments of themselves, but also the fragments of things related to them. When you guided the turbulence in the nihility, you blew up all the things related to you into smithereens. Is that why these things became like this? Maybe so. Nearly 90% of the fragments of things related to us were scattered in the nihility, and those that were immersed in the nihility for a long time dissipated. The rest of the lucky ones, if they came into contact with the things we left behind, even if there was a seal, they could ignore it and get close. At that time, the fragments were just echoes that wandered in the nihility and origin. In fact, they were not even real fragments. She replied softly, because of that, you can't see those fragments. They are just formless echoes, but when you come into contact with the things related to us, you will collect them together. You will use yourself as a container to collect them. So that was why he often came into contact with the fragments related to them. They were all fragments that had escaped the fate of being annihilated by the nihility and were luckily left behind. Phew, under those circumstances, it could only be said that it was a great miracle that something could be preserved. It was like he burned a book with fire, and the ashes drifted for millions of miles with the wind, scattered in various ways, encountered various weather changes, and finally scattered to some unknown corner. Then, after a few hundred years, someone gathered the ashes, smoothed them out, and restored them back to their original state. It would not have been possible if there was not a bright golden light in the background to show the sacredness of the book. In short, it was a miracle. Only the things they left behind could achieve this level. After all, their things were very connected, and they could gather their own kind. It was really like gathering the ashes and smoothing them out, and all that was lost in the process was just energy. It was no problem at all to replenish it. What are you thinking about? She could not help but ask when she saw him in deep thought. Yun Nuoshing, whose mind was full of tricks, did not react in time. He blurted out, "Oh, I'm thinking about when I can gather all your fragments and restore them back to their original state." Then, she knocked him on the head. "You're not serious." Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue and spread out his hands. "I'm very serious about this problem. After all, this is also one of the ways to announce the end of the war, isn't it? It's very ideal, but it's impossible." She shook her head gently. "Our roots are injured, just like them. They were exiled to the origin of the chaotic nihility, and we entered the reincarnation path. Even if you really find someone's fragments in the probability of breaking the lower limit of the nihility, you can't restore them. The situation of objects and life is not the same." "I know, but..." Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. "I'm just thinking about it." He laughed dryly and waved his hand. He pointed at the big pile of junk near the door. "Then I'll take these things away first." Seeing that she nodded slightly, Yun Nuoshing took away the few remaining books and a pile of miscellaneous items of unknown use. Oh, when he was packing up, he saw a set of furniture with a table, chairs, and benches. Now, he could set up a set of table, and then place a tea set on it to drink tea. The only thing left was to stir-fry a pot of pots and pans. Ahem. By the way, The books you left behind, are they all written in the original language of order? Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of a problem. I can't understand that. I was lucky enough to read the books you left behind. I can't understand the original language. Her body flashed. She seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while, she said in a doubtful tone, "You can't understand it? It shouldn't be. You can read it directly with our energy. As long as it's really written in the original language of order, you can understand it directly. At most, you can't understand the language, but it's impossible that you don't know the specific written records. Who would have energy to flip through books for no reason? They don't have energy in them. I didn't think about this." He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The word speechless was floating in his mind. She shrugged and said, "The first language of order was just like that. It was a language written by us with the rules and order of the great primordial realm's birth. The language itself contained the power of order and rules. However, most of the beings of order in this era were unable to adapt to it. They had no choice but to abandon it and modify it. The first and second generations still knew about it because they had deliberately learned it before. However, it was obvious that they did not know about the details of the first language of order. Other than them, only the earlier beings still knew about the first language of order." Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. After he was done, she held his hand and walked inside. "The thing you want is inside. Come." After packing up the pile of things, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "I feel like I'm going further and further away on the road of picking up trash. There's no turning back." She was speechless. The little angel nodded vigorously. They didn't know how many times they had sorted and sorted out trash because of the origin of things. She always felt that since the first time, the direction of things had become strange. Well, she didn't know how to put it. To put it elegantly, it's digging up the traces of history and exploring the past. But to put it bluntly, it's just picking up trash. Ahem, I'm only talking about ourselves. She turned back and looked at him with a speechless look. She sighed and continued to pull him forward. "Now that things have come to this, what can we do? We and everything related to us have almost become the residue of history, the echoes of the void, the resentment, obsession, and hatred of the past. If you want to be more specific, you can actually think of us here as 146 vengeful spirits who refuse to disperse for a long time. We stubbornly hold on and wait. Even if we know that we can't do anything, we still refuse to disperse." Yun Nuashing, although that's what it is, theoretically speaking, you have still done something. For example, showing us the way or something, right? It's very important. She turned back and looked at him. "Strange guy, shouldn't you just nod in agreement at this time? It's true that you're resisting us, but why are you saying the opposite now?" This. Yun Nuashing was stunned and sweated profusely. "This is this. That. I'm resisting you. I'm speaking from my own subjective point of view. But from a practical point of view, can my resistance change the facts? Yes, I do hate you guys. You guys force me to clean up a mess. I'm very like that, but it's already an established fact. I've already pinched my nose and accepted this series of things, so I have to follow this aspect and think about it and recognize these things. But at least let me complain a little." Little Angel suddenly covered his mouth with her wings and walked to her side to give her the clearest explanation. "Actually, Little Star is at Sundra. He doesn't hate you as much as you think he does. In fact, it's just a little bit, a very little bit. Actually, you can tell from the fact that he can sit down and chat with you calmly at the end and say goodbye to you seriously that he doesn't hate you. He just hates you a little bit, to the extent that he wants to complain." Yun nu washing, woo woo woo, woo woo woo, woo woo, woo woo. Little Angel turned back and smiled sweetly at him. But it still doesn't change the fact that you're at Sundara. She turned back and looked at him after hearing that. Oh, a contradictory guy. Yun nu washing. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yun nu washing rolled his eyes and opened the wings on his mouth. He took a deep breath and said, "So, why isn't the creator here? According to what you said, did he, just leave?" I don't know. She shook her head. Maybe Roth has his own ideas. From the moment he forcefully sent me away at the end of the day, or from the moment he had this idea, I have no way of knowing what he's thinking, and what he's planning. Yun nu washing nodded. He remembered this. He called you to a place and let you walk around, right? Her body flashed and she was stunned. You know? How did you know? I just know. I knew a little when you spilled your blood all over me in the last scene. Yun nu washing scratched his head and laughed dryly. Nonsense. Xian read the diary she left behind. Speaking of which, the person she wrote in the diary was different from the person he knew now. That was probably her true self. When writing a diary that only she wrote for herself, probably everyone would take off all the disguises, concealments, and masks on their body, leaving only their true self at that moment, and writing down everything that was on their mind at that moment. She nodded and seemed to accept this explanation. That's true. It was an origin world in the lower Yuan realm. It was not a special world. At that time, the other Yuan realms had already been devastated by the flames of war. The mighty chaotic torrents had destroyed 80 to 90% of the existences in the greater Yuan realm. Under the circumstances at that time, a small world in a place far away from the upper plane, which had turned into a scorched land, had survived. It was even only slightly affected. It was incredible, but that was all. I didn't pay much attention to it. I knew that he was sending me away, that he had something he wanted to express, but could not say. Perhaps it was something he could not tell me, even if many had already left at the time, and there were not many left on the continent of origins who could listen to his plans. He might not even have told anyone, burying his head in doing something. That was why I cooperated with him once. I turned and left, and within a day, I knew what I would see when I returned and was prepared. It was just that until now, none of us knew what he was doing or what he had arranged. Even with over 300 eras of tacit understanding, I could still feel that there was something unfamiliar about him then. Yun nu washing understood. The stinky younger brother, who had always been suppressed, would one day issue an unquestionable order to you. You would have no choice but to obey the order once. You wouldn't even be able to open your mouth to protest. That feeling, right? She paused for a moment and thought carefully. That seems to be the case. I never thought that he would have such a tough side to him. He's the kind of guy who would only put away his worries and put on a serious face during meetings. Little Angel nodded and said from the side, "It's just like how Little Star doesn't listen to advice usually. The two of you are indeed family. Yun nu washing and her." This girl stabbed them both in the back the moment she opened her mouth. Yun nu washing coughed hard. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm usually quite obedient. I know what to do when it comes to matters big and small. When I knew that I couldn't take it anymore, didn't you also try to persuade me? Didn't I?" Little Angel immediately interrupted. I exploded immediately. Yun nu washing's pretty face turned red. Occasionally, just occasionally. Oh. Seeing his gloomy face and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, she reached out to hold Little Angel's hand and said, "He often acts recklessly. You have to keep an eye on him." Little Angel hurriedly nodded and replied with a smile, basic skills, yes. Although I can't keep an eye on him alone, There's still see you and the others. No problem. Yun Nuashing. These two. One of them saw through his uncertain future and knew everything about him. The other lived in his soul and knew everything about him. Well, with the two of them working together, he really couldn't defend himself. Bah, he didn't even have the thought to defend himself. He coughed hard and forcefully changed the topic. Well, didn't you think that there was a special reason why he deliberately threw you into that world-light cluster? Not to mention that the Deyuan realm was almost completely destroyed by you guys. There was still a small world-light cluster that could survive. His arrangement should definitely have his reasons. That was the only time he was so tough in more than 300 eras, wasn't it? The remaining 10 to 20% was still a very large area for the entire Deyuan realm. Without being able to observe the void, they would never know the battle that broke out in the void. The outside world was scorched, and only the cradle was safe and sound. False, safe and sound. That's true. Although I didn't pay attention to it, I've seen that world. It's just an ordinary origin world. There's nothing special about it. The only reason it was able to survive was because it happened to be far away from the place where the battle broke out. She said softly. Well, it didn't seem incomprehensible. After the destruction of the netherworld, there were still some worlds in the lower and middle planes that were lucky enough to survive. Although the netherworld wasn't on the same level as the concept body of chaos, that was what it meant. Death was death, but there were many reasons why they were still alive in the middle of a war. If one couldn't explain it clearly, then one could only sigh and say that they were lucky. All right then, let's change our perspective. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Although I can think of it, you can probably think of it as well. Just treat it as telling me. Could his arrangements back then have anything to do with him not existing here now? I'll say a few more things. Wait until I'm done. What are the conditions for you to manifest here? More specifically, what are the conditions? Did he not exist here because he did not meet certain conditions? Or was there a problem with the conditions itself, and only 146 of you met them, but not him? She shook her head. We've discussed all of the things you've mentioned, but we haven't come to any conclusions. Furthermore, the conditions you've mentioned are all conditions, so there's no need to be overly suspicious. However, the last condition you've mentioned is that he doesn't meet the conditions, so he can't manifest here. She turned to look at him. If there is such a strange condition, it may be you, and it may only be you. In your soul, Roth's energy is the weakest, to the point that it could even be extinguished. That is the only condition I can think of. Apart from that, there is no condition that could completely exclude one of us. It does not exist. Is it because of me? Yun Nuashing frowned. Indeed, if only one of the 147 people did not meet a condition, the restriction of the condition would be extremely harsh, especially if it was a restriction and division among their group of brothers and sisters. It would be even more difficult. On the other hand, for the heavenly God of origin, there was only one person who fulfilled this condition. If there really was such a condition, then the name of this condition would be Roth. It would be him, and he would be the condition. Even if all 147 of them were slightly similar, not a single one of them could completely become another Roth. Thus, this was the only conclusion. Obviously, this answer was very nonsensical. Therefore, he killed this answer as soon as he thought of it. Then, he turned to his own question. Then what is the reason for his power to become so weak in my soul? I'm not sure. She shook her head and sighed softly. The part that I'm not sure about might be his arrangement that we don't know about. Perhaps there are other deeper meanings. Oh, it's hard to say. He didn't say anything, so it's very difficult to guess what intentions. He definitely has his own intentions. There's no need to think too much about it. Otherwise, I don't understand at all. At that time, he knew that you would definitely go out and come back, but he still insisted on sending you away, leaving you to face the final outcome alone. I don't understand what the meaning is, so there must be some reason. Yun Nuoshing sighed. It's just that some things can't be said clearly, so we can only guess blindly. No matter how much we guess, we can't figure it out. Could it be that it's to let you live or something? He only smiled bitterly and said something that even he wouldn't take seriously. Naturally, she wouldn't take it seriously either. She shook her head and denied it. There's no such possibility. Fight, win, or die. Running away is useless. Tisk, I'm just talking blindly. Don't take it to heart. Some things can't be explained clearly even if it's on the surface. Moreover, there's no condition, and it's just a blind guess. Actually, he wanted to say that he saw in the diary that she left behind in the future, that she found Roth's reincarnation in the lower bound. However, this was something that he couldn't say out loud. After some time, they still hadn't reached their destination. They were still surrounded by layers of bookshelves. The terrain had also changed several times. It went from a thick and straight arrangement to a staircase arrangement. After a while, it turned into an arrangement like building blocks. There were even more strange combinations, just like the formation here. It made people feel that they were quite free on a daily basis. The further they went, the more serious the arrangement became. They even saw a staircase that was put together by the bookshelves. It was a spiral that kept extending upwards in a circle, and there was no end in sight. The two spiral entrances on the left and right were close to the wall. After passing through here, there was a maze behind them. You must be very free on a daily basis, right? She was familiar with the maze, so it took her less than 2 minutes to lead him and the little angel out of the maze. However, he still couldn't help but exclaim, "Why did they arrange the storeroom like this? It's not me. Don't look at me." She defended herself. It's them who arranged it. Although the space of nihility also has infinite space, they said that it would be too boring and oppressive to just put it in rows and rows. They said that if the inheritors came in to take a look, they would be pushed out by the oppressive feeling. So they changed the layout in different ways. This place stores the countless worlds in the void, the countless histories accumulated over countless years. It's almost infinite. If you want, you can even see the history of the Order of the Chaos era, although you can only see the same history of resistance. She looked at the empty bookshelves around her. However, all of these are now completely lost. The things that were once perishable in this place eventually disappeared, just like their names. A thought, an epiphany, a life, a change in emotion, a throbbing from the heart. Everything about life is recorded here, but it's not as detailed as you think. The individual that was recorded here had once made a sound that wanted to be remembered, and we heard it, so it was recorded here. Then it expanded to include a village, a small city, a hub, a star, a boundless starry sky, a world, a region of the void. There were also individuals who made a sound that we heard, so we recorded their journey here. There were also some who were actively observed by us, so we left behind traces. Yun Nuoshing looked at the empty bookshelves around her and was silent for a moment. This place was also filled with countless carriers that recorded things big and small. It was evidence that countless lives had once lived, but they were all annihilated and dissipated in the void. Their vision could cover the entire void of order, but even so, he could not guarantee that they had accurately recorded everything in the void, but maybe 70 or 80%. Unlike the Myriad Worlds Pavilion in the underworld, the reason why the Underworld Courier could record everything that happened in the void was that all life after death had to pass through there. Even if the soul of the Great Yuan realm was broken, a remnant soul would return to the Underworld Courier, and then everything that happened in the past would be recorded. Well, the underworld courier only recorded history, and no one could see it. If he did not wander around the samsara like it was his backyard, he would not even know that there was such a magical thing as the Myriad Worlds Pavilion. Back then, when he wanted to go in and take a look, the manager of the courier was so anxious that he had a headache. Ahem. On the other hand, in addition to everything that had passed, the Myriad Worlds Pavilion probably also recorded things that were currently happening. He suddenly thought that the Myriad Worlds Pavilion might also have records about them, and that Luo Zun God might also, well, forget it. It was not easy to enter that place. He did not beat the manager of the courier back then, so he probably did not have much chance. We're here. She spoke softly, interrupting his thoughts. Only then did she raise her head and realize that she had unknowingly been brought in front of a door that was 10 feet tall. The door was made of 2 opaque energy curtains, and it looked like it was flowing with light and vibrant colors. She reached out and pressed on the door, and red-black energy lines rippled across the 2 doors. Then, the 2 doors were gently pushed open, and she pulled him and the little angel into the room. Be prepared, because some things may be beyond your expectations. Don't be scared and faint. Chapter 2036. When he heard this sentence before entering the door, he was already mentally prepared to see all kinds of scenes. He guessed that it might be a more messy storeroom, or a place where even birds would pee their pants from fright. These were all normal operations, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He even guessed that there might be a piece of ink that was tied up in a cross and embedded in the wall, but when he entered, he found that it was actually an empty, open-air, circular, big square. Square. The spaciousness and grandeur of this place made it impossible for him to treat it as a room. The sky above the square was covered by the curtain of night. It was obvious that this was indeed another space. However, it did not appear dark. A silky ribbon of aurora hung in the sky like a beautiful curtain that hung from the sky, reflecting the stars that filled the sky. The galaxies from all directions gathered here, like a big net that covered the sky. No matter how he looked, he could not escape from its range. Although he knew that this must be a custom-made scene, it really made him feel good. The huge square was not decorated with anything. There were no pillars or stone stairs. It was empty in all directions. Only the gray floor could be seen. The door appeared out of thin air. Only the door that was open to both sides and the outline of the door stood there, making them feel that they had walked into another space instead of being teleported to another place. Speaking of the things in this space, other than the setting of the aurora, there were only balls of light that dotted the night sky like stars. The tiny balls of light were probably only 2 or 3 fingers wide. Due to the influence of the stars and aurora in the sky, he thought that the balls of light were actually stars that dotted the night sky. It was not until she pulled him closer that he realized that they were actually things that were hanging in front of him. There were a lot of them, densely packed in front of him. But even when they were gathered together, their brightness did not increase. From afar, they seemed to be perfectly integrated into the galaxy. Hey, Yun Nuoshing stood on tiptoe and reached out to grab a ball of light that floated over her head. She held it in her palm and looked at it for a while. When she stopped and looked at him, she showed the ball of light in her hand to her. What is this? Fragments. She reached out and took the ball of light from his hand. She turned it around on her fingertips a few times. This is the fragment you wanted, but I don't know what kind of fragment it is. Yun Nuoshing's jaw dropped as she looked at the countless floating balls of light in the sky. She really didn't know how many there were. So many? I collected all of them. Only you can touch it. She calmly replied, every time you touch a fragment, your soul will capture a part of it and absorb it. However, Your soul is unable to contain such a large amount of fragments, so it will pour the excess fragments into this broken land. Yun Nuashing tugged at her hair as she listened. In other words, what you said earlier about your fragments strengthening my connection with this place is you're sending fragments that you can't handle to this place. She nodded. If you come into contact with too many fragments at once, you'll be dragged here. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and pondered for a while. She frowned and felt that something was wrong. So I'm just a load and unload, and I'm overloading every time. Look, I'm caught here for tea the moment I overload. She was speechless. She thought for a while and decided to ignore what he had just said. She pointed to the sky and said, "They are the fireworks you're looking for. However, even with that space, it will take a long time to repair it. Many things are no different from starting from scratch. These fragments are just equivalent to a mark that can be restored." Yun Nuashing continued to ponder. I suddenly thought of a very serious problem. We don't know what these things are, so there's no way to restore them. Although that space is under my control, now, when I want to use it to restore something, I have to at least know what this thing is. If there's such a troublesome step, it would have been caught by others to adjust it, she said in a speechless tone and patted his head. The creation recorded in it only needs a trace of the mark to restore it. What you're talking about should be the situation where there's no energy or mark left and can only be pieced together. Oh, so that's how it is. She looked around and looked at him again. Finally, she reached out her hand into his collar. The cool touch of his skin made Yun Nuashing shudder. For a moment, he thought that she was going to strip him, but he only saw her take out the pendant that she had been wearing all this time. She took it off his neck and then placed it in her palm to examine it. The light on her body surged, as if she was doing something. Yun Nuashing touched his neck. He was a little curious about what she was doing. Speaking of which, is this pendant yours too? Is it from the beginning? No. She shook her head lightly. Her hands didn't stop moving. She explained, "This thing is your symbol." Symbol? This word made him a little confused. He scratched his head and muttered, "Symbol, you're referring to that thing of Yuanshu?" "That's it." She turned her head to look at him. Seeing his confused look, she couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you studied it?" "What's there to study? I've been wearing it all this time. I've never paid attention to it." Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue. "Because I've gotten used to wearing it, I didn't pay attention to it at all. The only thing I paid attention to was that I was afraid that it would disappear one day. Other than that, well, although I was surprised that its storage space was unlimited later on, I got used to throwing things into my soul or into the world light cluster." That's it. Later on, I didn't even use its space. She seemed to understand what he meant, so she didn't say anything. She only explained, "It's the same as you. Its essence is Yuanshu. That is to say, it's something that you brought from Yuanshu. Well, no, it should be something that was born from your body. It has existed since the beginning. As for its use, perhaps storage is just an inconspicuous function. Its essence is also Yuanshu. If it only has the storage function, in your words, it's better to create a few more world light clusters." Yun Nuashing scratched her head and laughed dryly. She understood that since it was also Yuanshu's essence, it was naturally related to Yuanshu. It couldn't just be a little box for storing things. However, the more specific use would depend on when he could figure out his own essence. The essence of Yuanshu was difficult to figure out. He felt that it would be good enough if he could figure out how to use this new form of power in this era. As for understanding the essence in more detail and walking on the path of essence, it was not easy, and he wouldn't be able to go too far. Fortunately, the path that he had walked on over the years when he pretended to be an energy life form did not disappear, just because it was covered in dust. Otherwise, he would have turned around and gone downhill. Those paths that could be counted as additional paths, well, side paths. Although he had taken a wrong path, he had already walked it. There would definitely be a substantial change, and it wouldn't disappear just like that. Just as she was thinking about Yuan Chu, the pendant in her hand suddenly emitted a golden light. She then raised it up to the sky, and the small light balls floating in the sky seemed to be attracted and quickly rushed into the pendant. Yun Nuoshing also came back to his senses when he saw the movement of the light from the corner of his eye. He raised his head and saw countless balls of light falling from the sky like raindrops. He was stunned. However, what made him even more surprised was that one of the 4 galaxies in the starry sky suddenly trembled and then scattered in all directions. It was as if fireflies that had gathered together had been frightened and scattered in all directions. After the entire galaxy exploded, it immediately smashed down from the sky, causing him and the little angel to stare with their eyes wide open. Although they knew that there were many fragments, they did not expect that there was a whole galaxy of fragments hanging in the sky. They blended perfectly with the scene, and they were completely unrecognizable. After she put all the fragments into the pendant, the aurora curtain and the 3 galaxies were still left in the sky. Although one of them was missing, it was still very bright. She shook the pendant and put it around his neck again. "Here, the fireworks you asked for." Yun Nuoshing. He felt that it was too dangerous to say that. He felt that his neck was a little heavier. Probably not many people knew that they could walk without trembling in the wind after wearing fireworks that could destroy the entire Deyuan realm. By the way, I collected these things, threw them here, and packed them up to bring them out. Why do I feel that it's a little unnecessary? While she was still thinking about how to respond, the little angel immediately poked his face and said, "It's because you have indigestion and can't deal with it. You need someone else to deal with it for you." Yun Nuoshing and Lin Sanjiu. Well, those who were dealt with and those who helped to deal with it felt disgusted when they heard that. When the 3 of them left the universe of nothingness and returned to the manor, only the young man and Hui were left sitting at the table and chatting with tea. Siyu and the rest, as well as a group of noisy heavenly gods of origin, were nowhere to be seen. "Oh, you're done?" Seeing them come out, the young man waved his hand and then moved a few times to make room for the 3 of them. Everyone brought the children over. "We have a lot to talk about." Well, it was normal. One side was a wandering soul that had been dead for more than 10 eras, and the other side was a wanderer who had been away from home for more than 20 eras. Both sides would have a lot to talk about when they met. As for Yuan Ji, Siyu, Qing Huang, and Shuang Shuang, they were probably called over by their own heavenly gods of origin for something. It seemed that they would not be leaving this place for a while. Thinking of this, he looked at Hui and the young man. "So are you done talking? Take your time. There's no rush." The young man waved his hand and could not help but laugh as he looked at Hui. Such a perfect embryo has not been seen since the end of the Chaos era. "You're much better than your predecessor." Hui could not help but smile bitterly. "Are you trying to say that I'm only suitable to be a shield?" Yun Nuoshing immediately interjected. "You're a shield to begin with. You've been carrying a shield for more than 10 eras, right? If you really don't want to be a shield anymore, you've had more than 10 chances to correct it. And even if we don't talk about those chances, you can still change if you want to. Even if you throw down the shield and pick up a sword, you can still beat people up. It's just that it takes time to learn how to beat people up better. Hey, you said that you've been carrying a shield for more than 10 eras, right? Now you're suddenly quitting. Isn't it because you're afraid that you'll be thrown off if you make too many turns?" Hui bared his teeth at him. "Anyway, you'll be in charge of beating people up, and I'll be in charge of taking the beating. The division of labor is clear, very clear. The youth was also surprised when he heard that, and his voice grew louder. Is this also how you divide the work? Yun knew washing, and we were startled and asked in unison, what do you mean by also? The youth laughed and raised his finger to point at her, who was drinking tea, and then at himself. Back then, she was also the one who risked her life to charge in front, taking on 10 chaos concept bodies by herself, while I blocked the attacks of 20 other chaos concept bodies for her with my origin domain. I was beaten up badly by her chaos domain. If you don't cooperate well, you should cooperate with Roth. She said indifferently, seeing the puzzled look from the little fellow and Hui. The young man scratched his head and laughed dryly. Then he looked up at the sky and said, everyone who carries a shield has the heart to charge and break through enemy lines. Sometimes when I charge too fiercely, I slip and lose my horse stance. Then I'm accidentally thrown back and hit her. I've been despised by her for 300 eras. Ahem, but you have to know that no matter how strong this guy is, he can't take on 30 chaos concept bodies at the same time, right? Doesn't someone have to help him? Besides, didn't I stabilize my horse stance at the end? The latter part of the sentence was obviously directed at her. She replied calmly, it's meaningless to worry too much. Little angel, Hui was speechless. This familiar stubbornness, exactly the same as a certain someone. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, and her eyes flashed. Well, don't tell me you're fighting halfway. No. Hui shook his head hard. I'm just a shield, a pure shield. Well, a pure shield. Even if I'm sent flying, I won't be able to fly to your side. It's not like you don't know your explosive speed when you fight. Ghosts can't keep up with you. Bah, even ghosts can't keep up with you. Yun Nuashing was speechless. It was unknown whether the situation between the two of them was special or subtle, but the other heavenly gods of origin had a lot to talk about with their own inheritors. As the inheritor of Luozun, Siyu was naturally the focus of the other heavenly gods of origin. She would definitely talk about it as well, wishing that she could say something that would last for dozens of eras. Hui and the youth also had a lot to talk about, but it was just him and her. Drinking tea, just drinking tea. Little Angel looked at Little Star and her, who were drinking tea in silence, and could not help but ask, don't you have anything to say to each other? Although you say that, Yun Nuashing tilted her head, but we've been here a few times, and we've almost finished asking all the questions that should be asked. Do you have anything else to say? It's not that. Little Angel shook her head and poked his head with her slender finger. It's between the two of you, the inheritor. There's no need to say more. She put down her teacup and replied while pouring tea. The path that he has chosen is complicated, but he has done his best to smooth it out and has a clear direction to move forward. He just needs to move forward little by little, and there's no need to interfere. Speaking of that, Yun Nuashing suddenly turned to look at her and quickly asked, what's up with my origin energy? He immediately told her about the other origin energy that he had talked about with Luoying and said in a very confused tone, so what's up with that? So that's how it is. After saying that, the young man who was talking to Hui spoke first. He put his hands on the table and turned to look at him. We really haven't thought about what's up with your inheritance because it doesn't look any different to us. But that's just our perspective. If we don't pay attention to the things that we left behind, we wouldn't know if we've made a mistake. If we're talking about this specific situation. The young man let out a hissing sound and looked at the little one. You're not even an inheritor. Yun Nuashing's expression froze for a moment. She opened her mouth and patted her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right. I've guessed this situation. So what am I? If I have to say, The young man looked at the little one and pondered for a moment. Then he sat up straight and patted his arms. He said seriously, "You're just an unlucky passerby who got involved and got marked. Yun Nuashing, little angel, and that's very unlucky. Oh, if you have to say it, you can say it in another way. For example, you're a stowaway or something." The young man grinned and shrugged. "Yun Nuashing. Damn it, I'm trespassing everywhere I go. Now that I've come to this place, I'm still an intruder." Ahem, but you don't have to worry so much. Seeing their changed expressions, the young man coughed hard and reminded them, "That's just the beginning. The power we left behind under the realm of the gods existed since the birth of the realm of the gods. It was just used and turned into a defense to protect the realm of the gods. And the power to protect the Deyuan realm was also made of that power. But if we were to divide it by leaving behind another layer of defense, the Deyuan realm's protection belongs to the first layer of defense. Moreover, it was already destroyed when we were still fighting. Otherwise, the other primordial realms wouldn't have suffered so much. But this is the part that protects the outside world. The first layer of defense is divided into two parts. One part protects the Deyuan realm, and the other part is the defense against the realm of the gods itself. But it hasn't been activated yet. Once this defense is activated, it can make the realm of the gods completely disappear. Other than the people of the realm of the gods, no one will know where the realm of the gods is. Even their understanding of the realm of the gods will become blurry. These are all used to defend against the chaos. Yun Nuashing and Little Angel were both stunned. This blurry thing was activated in the future, making it impossible for anyone to find the existence of the realm of the gods in the void. But it couldn't stop that. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say, "But this can't stop the underworld, right? The underworld is also considered part of the realm of the gods. It's just that they dug out the entire space and ran away. And as far as we know, the underworld and the realm of the gods still have a faint connection." The young man was stunned. Looking at his expression, Yun Nuashing's eyes widened and her breathing stagnated. "You don't know?" But when he thought of their godlike foresight and all kinds of foresight, he calmed down and took a sip of tea. "I understand. There must be a backup plan. You directly cut off the connection with the underworld, right?" The young man put his elbows on the table and lowered his head with his hands on his forehead. He looked as if he was ashamed. This is actually Yun Nuashing. Tell me, yes. Please, tell me what you're prepared for." The young man smiled bitterly. "This is indeed, no, I didn't think of this at the moment. Yun Nuashing and Little Angel. All right, it's not unreasonable for the underworld to come to us in the 139th era. Regardless of why they didn't come to us for such a long time, they came to us at that time." "Ahem, but..." The young man immediately coughed and added, "But there are still two layers of defense. The second layer of defense is the most direct one. You should know about this since you live in the realm of the gods." Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed, and she sat up slightly. The pillar of creation and the barrier of creation? Worried that they didn't know what he was talking about, he added, "The pillars that are inserted in the realm of the gods and the barrier that is supported by the pillars." Yes, that's it." The young man nodded. "The pillars of creation and the barrier of creation. That's a fitting name, isn't it? After all, Lorth was the one who made those pillars when the realm of the gods was born. Later on, I made some adjustments and habitually set up defenses. My other companions messed around with them, giving them a bunch of functions related to the realm of the gods." Yun Nuashing. He felt that he had found evidence that the pillar of creation was closely related to the realm of the gods. The barrier of creation. Huh? We didn't know what expression to make after hearing that. Anyway, he was a little emotional. Fortunately, the pillars and the barrier are closely related to the realm of the gods. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what they are used for. Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was true. As he later found out, the pillar of creation had indeed existed when the realm of the gods was born. It was an integral part of the realm of the gods. If that wasn't the case, they might not have been able to see the hidden place and the pillars. The fact that the realm of the gods could continue to exist after the void quakes in an unknown environment of nothingness or origin should have something to do with the adjustments, defenses, and functions mentioned just now. Well, it was a good thing that they were messing around, right? Actually, I find it quite strange that you know about this. The young man scratched his head and was a little puzzled. Generally speaking, the barrier of creation, right? It's normal that you can see it because it would jump out whenever there is an external attack. But that bunch of pillars shouldn't be visible to anyone. How do you know about those pillars? Oh, it's a little magical now that you mention it. We coughed dryly and pretended to be helpless and distressed. It's a story about a ball that split into 3 pieces and smashed Feng's buttocks. She and the young man, ? Tens of thousands of words were spoken by Hui with great momentum and cadence, like the rolling waters of the Yangtze River flowing east. This guy is really good at giving speeches. So why did he have to throw him on the stage when he could have finished talking? Puffed. The heart of the world cracked. That's a little funny. The young man listened to the flickering light, looked at Hui, and then at the little fellow, and burst out laughing. Buffed. And it just so happened to hit you too. Well, it's true. The young man covered his mouth and coughed twice to stifle his laughter. It's really a matter of probability. The world core of the Pantheon realm cracked, probably because, hey, kid, that guy beside you smacked the grand primordial realm into a pulp. I wouldn't be surprised if the Pantheon realm was blown to 120% maturity since it was at the epicenter of the explosion. Moreover, it also carried all sorts of powers that destroyed every aspect of the world. Even a world that we created on a whim could not withstand such an impact. It's already the best outcome that it could survive and repair itself. Well, the crack of the world core is probably a physical manifestation of being blown to 120% maturity, just like a scar. And when it cracked, it needed 2 people to help look after the realm of the gods in the future, because it felt that it wouldn't be able to do it. So it made preparations in advance. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes, her face dark. I feel like I'm really unlucky. I got caught up in the battle between you and the concept entity of chaos in the 37th and 38th era, and was killed by a single slap. Not only did I not die, the realm of the gods even captured me. So, you guys are really determined to torture me, right? What did I do to you guys? That's a really strong karma. The young man laughed dryly, but suddenly paused and turned to the little fellow. Did we talk to you about that last time? Yun Nuashing froze for a moment with the teacup in her hand, and then shook her head. What? Well, I don't think so. What? Of course, it's something to do with you. Without saying a word, Yun Nuashing began to shiver. Then she moved a few times to the left and leaned against the little angel. Looking at him and her, she shivered. What are you guys up to this time? No, it's just a few things. Remember what we said last time? The young man waved his hand and said, seriously, the truth is that you met us in the 51st era, and she met you in the 33rd era. Do you remember that? Yes, I do. What's wrong with that? Is it a matter of squabbling over words? Yun Nuashing gulped, her forehead sweating. Actually, the young man crossed his hands and looked very serious. The thing we didn't tell you is this matter is considered a fixed future. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. You mean destiny? Well, you can think of it that way, but you don't have to be so nervous. You feel that this process has been fixed or something. The young man nodded and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. The cause of this matter is the moment she met you in the 33rd era. In fact, nothing has happened up until now. Yes, nothing has happened for the time being. You and her and we are not connected by karma, remember? Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and prepared herself. Remember, just tell me directly. Give me a quick death. Well, don't be so nervous. Just treat it as if I'm telling you everything. The young man smiled and continued. In fact, this kind of thing happened because it's a very coincidental thing. We have had countless inheritors so far. If there is a situation where we will meet in the future, why did this happen to you? Don't you feel curious? I'm not curious. I feel that something is going to happen. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. In any case, the things related to them were, he was very confused and couldn't figure it out. He couldn't even figure it out himself, let alone these higher-level things. We have asked Roth about this matter. So far, it has not touched on the fixed future. It only said that you met across time, that worried guy, and we have two guesses. First of all, you already have a karmic connection with us. We have met, communicated, and even more in the past, but you died. After you reincarnated and returned, due to certain matters, you became an inheritor, so you met her in advance. Yin Nuashing, you are not letting me go even after a lifetime, and you took advantage of me when I was in a daze. The young man turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Cough, cough. But since you do not have any karmic connection with us, this guess is thrown aside. Then the second guess is that you have a very deep connection with our things. This is not referring to those little things, but the young man raised his chin at Yun Nuashing to let her understand. The netherworld. You left the netherworld sword for me. So this is the reason why we met in advance. Yun Nuashing turned to look at her. She had not drunk tea for 5 minutes. Perhaps she was full. She turned to look at him and shook her head. The netherworld. I did not leave it for you. I don't know why it came to you. Yun Nuashing and the other two were stunned. But it did not take long before the young man clapped his hands to get their attention. Cough, cough. Let me finish first. Let me think about how to put it. Let me put it this way. When she met you in the 33rd era, it was actually a sign. We could not help but chime in. An uncertain future. The young man nodded and slowly said, because she foresaw your arrival, she decided to leave something for you. This is actually a very normal thing. For example, the family foresaw that a new member would be born in 10 months. This is a foreseeable thing, right? Then from that time onwards, everything was prepared in advance for your arrival. So, it was good to learn in advance. However, unexpected things happen. Before the 10th month came, you disappeared. I mean this possibility. In fact, such things are common in the void. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. Then what? Then, the young man sighed faintly. Then, things happened to be a little chaotic at that time. You know that, at that time, we tried our best to leave a way out. That was after the 771 broken paths. After that, there were some follow-up preparations, but they were not as frequent. In the midst of this, as I said, we made some preparations in advance for your arrival, she suddenly understood. Divinity carrier. Yes. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. he slapped his forehead and said to her, "You left nothing but the divinity carrier to the little fellow. From the moment you decided to leave the divinity carrier to him, it was already a conceptual fixed future that stood tall in the void." Chapter 2037. Fate. It was a script written by the initiator, a process pieced together by countless coincidences by the discoverer. Fate was nothing but nonsense to them at this level. They could treat it as a casual topic of conversation, but it was nothing more than a script. They would inadvertently arrange the affairs of others, and they would inadvertently be arranged by others as well. For example, he was an unlucky old man. He did not know how many years ago he had been arranged. He had already said that ever since he boarded the ship of origin, even the option of jumping ship had been eliminated. Now, he was even given a fixed future, which meant that he would not give up until he was tied to the ship. Even if he wanted to chisel away, he could not do so. Speaking of which, he could not chisel away at the ship in the first place. Half of the ship had already sunk. In any case, whether you talk about fate or not, life has to continue moving forward. What? After talking about fate, the past dozen or so epochs were not traversed by oneself. You don't have to be so serious about it. You don't have to be so serious about it. You don't have to talk about it too much. You can just complain about it when you can't sleep in the middle of the night. After all, you still have to do what you need to do when you wake up. Besides, you already know about it. Fate has shown you the cards, right? That means you have one more choice, or even a few more choices. You can do whatever you want after that. But judging from the current situation, this so-called fate was guiding him to charge into the chaos. Coincidentally, he thought so too. So, let's just keep moving forward. Look, I've already told you that I know, but it's still like a dream. There's no change at all. It was just a review of the countless coincidences that he had noticed. It was just a review, and it could not change the fixed facts. Besides, the two groups of people above him were the biggest weavers of fate in the void. When these two groups of people trembled, the fate of the void was imperceptibly fixed and changed, without even knowing it had changed. So there was no need to dwell on the big and small things of the past. If the current path was firm and was indeed a path that he had walked himself, then he would just keep going, because that was indeed his fate. Looking at the little one with her hands crossed before her nose, and closed her eyes in contemplation, the youth looked at her again. She had stopped drinking tea and was staring blankly. It seemed that both of them were in a mess. Although it is a fixed future, it does not mean that it will definitely happen at that time. In fact, in the entire process, little one, your 51st era is uncertain. You may not necessarily go to that scene and come into contact with that divinity carrier in the 51st era, but you are certain that you will eventually, whether it is the 51st era, the 100th era, or the 50th era, you will eventually go there to that mirrored temple and come into contact with the divinity carrier that was left for you. The only thing that is uncertain is when it will happen, and the premonition she saw will only be the scene where you actually appeared there. In fact, this condition is not important at all. It is not important what the premonition she saw is not important at all. As I said just now, what is important is the fact that you have gone to that temple, and only when you have gone there the premonition is formed. Yun Nuashing put down her crossed hands and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes and tried to keep her voice as calm as possible. The fixed future and the unfixed future are both fine, but why do you have to mention that divinity carrier? The youth scratched his head. It is a waste of words to explain, so I will try to finish it in the shortest way possible. Just make do with it. Little one, the yearning life form that I told you about last time. You have already seen it. It is about Luoing. You still remember, right? Seeing that she nodded slightly, the youth said, "Our existence is just as you said last time. Once we are involved, karma and whatnot will become very firm. The divinity carrier is the condensation and carrier of our divinity and has the same effect. So, you understand. Yun Nuoshing's expression became weird. She lowered her head and muttered to herself, the fixed future should be one of the countless paths shown by the unfixed future. The leaving of the divinity carrier is equivalent to giving a firmer and unbreakable concept and karma to one of the paths, so it is something that is bound to happen. Yes, that is the case. The young man nodded and took a sip of tea. He glanced at the little fellow who seemed to be in a dilemma and added, I'm worried that you're going down a dead end. Let me add something for you. In fact, it only solidifies that section of the road, but it doesn't confirm the entire road. It's just that section of the road will take at least 4 to 5 days to a few months or even a few years to be confirmed. It's just that section of the road. It's not like what you think, where the entire life course has been determined and firmly locked. It's not like that. That's troublesome. The longer the arrangement, the more likely there will be variables. Oh, I see. I am not too sure about that. Yun Nuoshing made an oh sound and then shrugged. As for the wall and whatnot, I don't particularly care about it. No, I am a little concerned about it. I have a grudge in my stomach now. About that. The youth smiled bitterly. After all, they had left a mess for him to take over. This was indeed forcing him to this line. It was normal for him to have a grudge. Well, it was normal. Well, we have finished talking about the situation of the fixed future. We saw that they had finished talking and raised his hand to change the topic. So what is that inexplicable omen all about? Is it another special example? The youth pondered for a moment. Regarding this, I can only mention the second guess that I have just mentioned. The little one has a very deep connection with her thing. That very deep connection refers to the divinity carrier. Wait a minute, I don't understand. Isn't this the future affecting the past? Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes wide and spread her hands, her face full of disbelief. This doesn't make sense, does it? There was clearly the omen of the 33 eras first, and then the decision to retain the divinity carrier. Why did the latter cause the former to appear? The youth nodded vigorously. Yes, why? This doesn't make sense. This is impossible. Yun Nuoshing and the other three were speechless. You must be joking. A guess, just a guess. At the time, our guess had just been raised, and we had no time to discuss it. This is just a continuation of that topic. The youth held his chin and laughed dryly. The matter of time is particularly troublesome once it is involved, even if it doesn't work on us. We could say that we had foreseen your arrival in the 33 eras. However, if it was just a normal foresight where she saw your future self in advance, and you saw us through the image left in the divinity carrier, it would be the end of it directly. Ending here actually means two things. One, she saw your future self, and two, you saw the image we left behind. All of this is done under the premise of foresight, and there is nothing wrong with it. By the way, even if the place you're going to is just a mirror image of our house, their structures are the same. That is why there is no difference whether the divinity carrier is placed in the mirror image or the real one, because the nature is the same. What's important is the fact that you met her divinity carrier in our hall. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. At that time, the continent of origins was already ashes. How could it still be where it was? The young man smiled bitterly and shrugged. Let's get back to the original topic. If it was just a meeting across time based on foresight, this matter would be over. But you two just had to bump into each other at that time. You two had real contact. After that contact, you saw something from her, and she also saw many scenes about your uncertain future. Things have suddenly become weird. What? Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened and turned to look at her. The image you saw of me in your house only appeared after we touched. She nodded slightly. After that brief contact, I seemed to be able to feel your presence, and your image also appeared frequently after that. Yun Nuoshing leaned back in her chair and looked up at the sky in silence. After a while, she remembered that the topic was not over and quickly sat up straight. Well, you can continue. That meeting was the key. The youth spread his hands and continued the topic. Just now you mentioned foresight, right? But foresight is just a one-sided vision across time, a certain image. To put it bluntly, it is a mirage of time and is untouchable. If I have the time, I can do it like this. I think of a way to see myself fishing by a lake 1,000 years in the future, and then deliberately raise my hand to greet myself while I record this image. Now, let the time go to 1,000 years in the future. At that time, I was sitting by the lake fishing, and the divinity carrier released the image that I recorded 1,000 years ago. Because I saw that image, I chose to respond. So I raised my hand and responded to myself 1,000 years ago. Look, isn't it the scene of you two at that time? Yun Nuoshing and the youth looked at each other, and both of them nodded slightly. Everything was normal up to this point, until you two touched. Yes, real contact. That's what you said last time, right? You said that you touched your family's inheritor's hand. A real touch. The young man looked at her and asked. She nodded slightly, and, as if to confirm, she even put her hand on his. Indeed, the texture is the same. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. The youth coughed softly and continued. That means it's not actually foresight. At least it's not normal foresight. How could two images from different times come together? It doesn't make sense even if it's based on the connection between the two of you. After all, as I said, if such a thing really happened, why would it happen to you out of all the heirs? It's not normal, it's just that none of us paid attention to it at the time. Yun Nuoshing, that's why I said something is going to happen. Wait. I just remembered something. He quickly stood up and turned to look at her. If that's the case, when I went to the scorched world all those years ago, why did you sprinkle blood all over me after I saw the last image of the scene? And that drop of blood was left behind. She pulled him to sit down and knocked him on the head. Idiot! The image is just an image, but the relic is a relic that truly exists. That was the last thing I accidentally, I was forced to leave behind. It should also be the first thing related to us that you came into contact with other than Su Ming. You coming into contact with something related to me, and you coming into contact with me are two different things. I see. You sprinkled it there for more than a dozen eras, but it did not condense. I thought it came out of the image. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and could not help but ask, by the way, do you still have the ability to bleed? The condensed body was penetrated together with the body of the concept, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Didn't you have this ability not long ago? Yeah, after I disguised myself more, and more strangely, I used this ability less and less. After all, I haven't used that body for a long time. I put on a layer of human skin to pretend to be human, but in fact, I'm neither human nor ghost. Oh, I just didn't expect you to put on a body or something. It's just a habit. Just think of it as an extra layer of defense. A normal body, a concept body, and my true form. You see, I have 3 lives, although they are not equal. Oh, you're the same. By the way, what's the use of that drop of blood? It has been in your soul for a long time. You haven't dealt with it yet. Just like the blood flowing in your condensed body, it's not as special as you think. With the level of power you have now, you can already deal with it. As for its use, figure it out yourself. Both of them said in unison. Yun Nuoshing grimaced at her. I know what you're going to say. Little angel, Hui, and the young man were speechless. These two are really family. Even when talking about such sensational things, he was able to remain calm and composed without any hesitation. The young man smiled bitterly and quickly clapped his hands to get their attention. By the way, do you still want to talk about the topic just now? Yun Nuoshing quickly sat down and took a sip of tea with her. Then she nodded. Yes, you can continue. The young man was silent for a moment. Where was I? Hui reminded him from the side. The two of them are just images to each other, but they really came into contact with each other. So foresight is not foresight. This is not ordinary foresight, but something else. Oh, it's this. So there must be some strange other connection. There must be another connection that caused this to happen. The young man slapped his forehead in distress and then looked at her. You were not here when we were talking to Roth. Do you have any thoughts after hearing this? She was silent for a long time and shook her head gently. For now, I'm not sure. Let me think. Hui saw that Maple was silent and deep in thought. He cleared his throat to show that he had something to say. I'll say a guess. Just listen. In the 33rd era, the one who saw Maple's image was actually foresight. There was foresight first, and then it caused the divinity carrier to happen. Let's assume that this situation is true. Then, things came to the 51st era. Maple went to the Great Hall and saw the image projected from the divinity carrier. If things changed at that moment, you're saying that this is foresight, but it's also something else, right? The young man understood the new heir's idea. He scratched his head. That seems to be more troublesome. What could affect the moment when the two met 18 eras apart? And in that instant, the foresight became not foresight, and the image of the past became not image, but a complete meeting. Hui felt that there were more and more conditions as he listened. His mind spun wildly, but as he spun, he suddenly flung his hand and yelled in distress, I don't know. The others did not know whether to laugh or cry. It felt like things were getting more and more complicated. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment before she tapped the cup with her finger. Let me sort it out. Setting aside what we know now, the 33rd era had foreseen my arrival and left behind the divinity carrier. The uniqueness of the divinity carrier made this matter a fixed future. There's no problem up to this point, right? The young man nodded. Yes, everything up to this point must be correct. And the scene I saw was actually an image left in the divinity carrier, just that it happened to be in the temple. I went there and touched the divinity carrier. So the foresight and image fulfilled the conditions, right? The young man was silent for a moment. It seems so. Yes, that's right. As I said just now, you went to the hall and came into contact with the divinity carrier. This is a predetermined future. The divinity carrier will never leave the hall, and you will definitely come into contact with the divinity carrier in that hall. This is based on the prediction. Since I have seen you appear in that hall, you will only come into contact with the divinity carrier in the hall. The divinity carrier had even shattered, leaving all other factors aside. Only the chaos concept body could do that. Let's assume that the chaos concept body had crushed most of the divinity carrier, but it still could not stop the fixed future from happening. It's a fixed future, and even they could not stop it. Fixed, it's still possible. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched twice before she took a deep breath to regain her composure. Then, since both things are fixed, there's only one meaning left. Something had affected the two scenes that were supposed to be foresight and image, so that the two scenes were connected across 18 eras. At least in that instant, we had a brief contact, and if we had reacted quickly enough, we might have been able to communicate. The foresight could not have known what I was thinking at that time, right? Unless I spoke. The young man was startled. You seem to... Indeed, it's as Hui said. Hui jerked his head up and looked at Maple in disbelief. What? I'm right? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him and gestured for him to lie down. And based on the point that the future cannot affect the past, this is still an independent condition. It has nothing to do with the divinity carrier. The divinity carrier just let me go there and come into contact with it. The foresight and image after that are also related to it. But that's it. It was not enough for us to form a connection at that moment. So there should be another condition that acts as a bridge. She suddenly said, if that's the case, this independent condition should be from before 33 eras, before the foresight happened. The young man pressed his cheeks with both hands and twisted hard. Doesn't that mean we're back to the first conjecture? But it doesn't make sense anyway, isn't it? The first and second conjectures you mentioned are just the relationship between the foresight and the image. In fact, this foresight and image were indeed facilitated by the divinity carrier, but the bridge after that is not. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She pulled her hair and pondered. But according to the timeline, it was indeed a condition that was reached before 33 eras that built the bridge and finally led to that meeting. You tell me. Seeing that she pulled him and shook her head, Yun Nuoxing quickly shut up and listened to her. The image was brought to you by the divinity carrier, and the foresight was given to me. We each hold a condition. Your condition is the divinity carrier that I left for you, and my condition may be the independent condition that you mentioned. It may be the reason that led to the foresight. Yun Nuoxing suddenly realized that she had gotten herself involved in the conversation. So this is the connection between you and me. She rubbed her forehead and could not figure it out. But that condition, the young man scratched his head and could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. His voice was a little anxious, but it still doesn't make sense. There is really no karmic connection between you and us. Even if you want to reach a condition before 33 eras, you have to first have a karmic connection with us, with her first. Even if you come into contact with something related to her, it is considered a karmic connection. But there really isn't. There really isn't. This is difficult. Now, even if we come up with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 conjectures, every conjecture has to be from before 33 eras. The young man scratched his head and could not help but look at her. So why did you suddenly go over and do something with him back then? Touching his hand means shaking his hand. It was just a touch. She put down the teacup and turned to look at him. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and touched his face gently. At that time, I didn't think of anything. I just felt that I could touch him. So I walked over and reached out my hand. The young man looked at the two of them and slapped his forehead again. This touch is a huge problem. I think the biggest meaning of this topic is... Yun Nuoxing looked at her and could not help but say, knowing that you were alive at a certain moment before 33 eras, but in the 38th era, you were sucked into the battle force and crushed into ashes. You don't even know how you died. As for karmic connection, I don't know. I really don't know. Wait, I have a guess. Yun Nuoxing suddenly sat up straight. Let's not talk about what I was at that time for now. Let me ask you a question first. You mentioned the karmic connection that has already ended earlier. Yes, I was talking about Xianyin. When I first met Xianyin, there was no karmic connection on her, including the karmic connection that has already ended. The young man nodded. Yun Nuoxing also nodded slightly. She raised her hand and pointed at herself. If my soul had been severed in the great Yuan realm and my spirit had been completely annihilated, would it have caused such a situation? The air suddenly became a lot quieter. However, he did not have any concerns. He continued, when I died in the 38th era, I was probably just an ordinary guy at that time. Therefore, when I was sucked into your battle and accidentally severed my soul in the great Yuan realm, it's normal. After all, with the power that you have, how many people would have died accidentally? I'm just saying. And the reason why I was able to crawl back was because Cienin gave me a hand. Let's not talk about that first. Now, let's talk about the current matter. My soul was once severed in the great Yuan realm. Will this cause the karmic connection between Cienin and me to break to the point where it no longer exists? It will be like it never happened. He crossed his hands and spoke about this topic very seriously. The young man sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's impossible, because that's something that belongs to Cienin herself. The karmic connection that connects the two of us is half each. Even if it's severed, it's still half each. Your disappearance will not erase the thing that was born from Cienin. But there's another situation. She suddenly spoke softly and turned her head to look at him. It's not that your soul was severed in the great Yuan realm, but your past, your existence itself, and all the traces that you left behind were completely erased by something. You never existed. At the beginning of your time, your existence was erased. You never appeared, so naturally, everything related to you does not exist. However, sometimes some things will not disappear just because you are erased. Cienin is an example. She came into contact with us. Therefore, what you did left behind traces. The traces called Cienin are the last rope that tugs at you to completely return to nothingness. Yun washing. Huh. It's still the same meaning as before. The young man scratched his head and explained, erasing an individual's existence from the source sounds very impressive, right? Erasing an individual's existence itself, the traces of its existence, and the changes that occurred in the world because of its existence, it's impossible to completely erase all of these. Let's talk about a topic that's closely related to you. Let's think about it according to the hypothesis that Cienin was not brought out of the alley by you in the beginning. What would have happened to Cienin in the alley on a rainy day? If she was lucky, she might have been taken away by someone else. If she was unlucky, she might have died early. Let's take the ending of dying early as an example. Now, let's assume that as long as you did not go to the alley, Cienin would have definitely died. With this result, if we erased you from the source now, Cienin, who was most affected by you, would also die because of your disappearance. You think that will happen? Yin Nuashing covered her head. I don't know. I'm dizzy. The young man smiled. In fact, even if you were erased, Cienin would still be alive. She would just continue to live in a world that had forgotten about you. However, she met us, which changed things. Some of the traces became more unbreakable. Cienin's existence itself became more solid, which more or less offset the influence of the power that erased you. Therefore, she could still barely leave an impression of you. This is a mutation, an anomaly. For example, your existence and all the traces related to you are a piece of white paper, and the power that erased you is a pair of scissors or any tool, or even a fire. Now, I'll start to erase this piece of white paper called you. I'll cut you apart first, burn you into ashes, and then blast the ashes away with energy. Suddenly, a corner of the white paper has become the hardest substance in the great Yuan realm. 18 kinds of tools can't destroy the mutated part of the white paper. At this time, Nuashing swallowed. The erasure failed. It's even possible that if the influence of this mutation is great enough, it can even destroy the power that tried to erase you. The young man nodded softly and tapped the table with his fingers. In fact, erasing an individual from the source is something that does not exist in the first place. The traces you left behind are still there. Even if you really did that, the world will not become what would it be like if you never existed in the first place. Like I said just now, Cienin will not disappear on the spot because you were erased. It can only adjust and disguise. You are a living boulder on the ground, leaving holes and ravines on the ground. The longer you are active, the more troublesome it will be to fill up the holes and ravines. The more things you break, the harder it will be to restore them to their original state. Everything you do will become harder and harder to disguise until the end. When the world loses you as an individual due to an irresistible force, the countless mistakes that occur will be adjusted and covered up immediately. The best it can do is to make the whole world forget your existence. The same principle applies to the void. The void forgets you, and you never existed. However, your traces are clearly left behind, especially the traces of your influence on individuals. The people who changed because of you will eventually change because of you. Just like Xianyin, she is the eternal evidence of your existence. Later, she met us, and therefore you survived. Cough, cough. This is the explanation. Next is the answer. The young man coughed and could not help but look at her. You should say something too. My mouth is dry. She took a sip of tea and said, Oh. She turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and said, Although the erasure failed, your existence was indeed erased. Everything related to you that could not resist that force was wiped clean. Xian Yin was also affected. She forgot you because you never existed. Therefore, the two of you never had a karmic connection. However, that was corresponding to the situation at that time. At that time, it was already not easy for Xian Yin, who was not deeply affected by us, to retain the last trace of impression. It was difficult to retain anything else. Perhaps this is the answer. Is this the answer? In other words, in the 37th and 38th eras, he was killed by these two groups of people from the source. However, there is one last question. Yun Nuoshing sat up slowly and looked at her. She said in a serious tone, If I did have a karmic connection with you 33 eras ago, then can you still erase me like what you are speculating now? She and the young man were both stunned. The latter was stunned for a while. This is the reason why you asked about the end of the karmic connection. You thought that the situation between you and her was the same as the situation between you and Xianyin. The karmic connection between you was wiped clean. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly. What is the possibility? She turned to look at him. It doesn't exist. I expected it. Yun Nuoshing leaned on the table and scratched her head in distress. She could not help but mutter to herself, Then we are back to square one. F***CK. My life is a history of suffering. We had been confused for a long time. At this moment, he could not help but slam the table and stand up. Feng, you are such a troublemaker. You are such a big moth. The number one thing in the void. Yun Nuoshing stared at him with her colorful eyes. Is it because of me? Is it because of me? Chapter 2038. Unexpectedly, he still could not explain what he was. At least he knew who he was and where he came from. He was a creation of the primordial, born as a cloud of mist. Well, all the known clues came to an abrupt end. He still could not find the source. This time, he was looking for the source of time. After all, there was only a dead time in the mythological era. In this era, at least he knew that he had been active in the realm of the gods since the 40th era. As for the previous era, he really did not know what was going on. He was not joking when he said that the great primordial realm was destroyed. That was a situation he had experienced in the mythological era. After all, he was killed by the primordial god and the chaos concept body in a single slap. He died too thoroughly, if not for Xianyin's karma, if not for the girl's efforts to use the changes she got from the primordial god to pull him back. He would not be here now, and he would not be here in the future. Xianyin, sigh. Now let's turn back and talk. What happened in the 33 eras before? He did not know. Now, based on all the questions he had just discussed, the only thing he could be sure of was, in short, I must have been active before the 33rd era. Now, regardless of karma or erasure, we will treat them all as farts. Only the appearance and existence of foresight is an established fact that cannot be denied under the witness of all 147 of you. Am I right? Yun Nuoshing slammed the table and stood up, waving his arms fiercely as he shouted his conclusion with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. The young man shrank his neck in a daze. Why are there so many layers of affirmation? Although it is indeed so, it cannot be denied. Yun Nuoshing scolded loudly. Not energetic enough. You are not energetic enough. Again. Louder. Confirm. Affirm. You said this is the answer you admit. The young man grimaced. If this is wrong, I will rush over and collapse the void of chaos. This. Then hurry up and say it's wrong. You said it's wrong. The young man held his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What do you want me to do? All right. Nothing much. I just wanted to confirm it. Yun Nuoshing calmly sat down and took a sip of tea. She let out a long sigh. In any case, foresight is the only thing that can't be wrong. However, as for how the foresight was triggered, who knows? Perhaps the matter is still within the scope of your understanding, but you haven't figured it out yet. Perhaps this is something at the level of origin. After all, it involves a troublemaker like me. By the way, how much do you guys know about source genesis, just like our understanding of the void? The young man shrugged. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to say that you're a derivative of nothingness and source so quickly. We even added a series of definitions for you. Yun Nuoshing. All right. Anyway, I know a lot about it, but there doesn't seem to be much to understand about that empty and desolate place. Like you said, there's nothing to understand. Whether it's the source genesis of the chaos era or the source genesis of the new era, it's just a layer of rock under a layer of earth. The young man took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. She raised her head slightly and looked at him. So, your appearance might be the only anomaly in the source genesis in the past 300 or so eras. What an anomaly! I've been an anomaly since I was born. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. A moment later, she crossed her hands and touched her nose. After thinking for a while, she spread out her hands. I'm at my wit's end. I can't figure it out. Actually, I have another question. The situation on Xian Yin's side is indeed like my existence has been erased, right? She thought for a while and sighed. Seeing the young man nod, she continued. Then, let's not talk about the situation between you and me before 33 eras. Let's talk about how I was conveniently killed by you and the chaos concept body in the 38th era. Under such circumstances, can I still die so artistically and exquisitely? The young man. Well, I can understand that the great Yuan realm was slapped to death with a single slap. We also have the experience of annihilating other people's souls. Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and touched her face with her hands. She looked worried. But slapping the great Yuan realm and erasing my existence from the source are two different things. Then, here comes the question. Who can do this? This shouldn't be something that can be done with a single slap, right? Although I don't think it's you who did it, but what's the point of that group of ghosts doing this? Are they so prepared that they think I'm a threat in the future just by looking at me? Forget it. Now that the chaos concept body wants to talk about me, I think they haven't had enough fun yet. They can't wait for me to be more spirited and energetic so that I can fight them for 1,000,000 rounds. The young man was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and shouted, "Alarm clock! Are you free? Come over when you're free." Yun, Nuashing, and the others. Who is he calling? This nickname is a little interesting. I'm coming. I'm coming. While they were still speechless, a white figure suddenly appeared in the open space beside them, causing them to slowly turn their heads. It was a white figure with the body of a teenager. He looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. His clothes and other things could not be seen clearly, but there was a very obvious feature on his back. There were 3 rings from the inside to the outside of his jacket, which were evenly split into 4 parts and dripping in circles behind him. The 3 rings rotated separately and did not interfere with each other. It was probably some kind of hanging ornament as a built-in special effect. What's the matter? Something happened to the little guy. The young man glanced at this place and then turned his head to look at Yun Nua. He saw that he was looking at him and sizing him up. He looked quite normal and would not die in the next second. He could not help but scratch his head. "Aren't I fine?" "It's not about that. I'm here to ask you something." The young man coughed, thought for a while, and decided to ask directly. "Where were you in the 37th and 37th eras?" Hearing this, the teenager moved to the side of the young man and squeezed out a seat. Then he sat down and slowly replied, "The 37th and 37th eras. I should have been in the middle plane or in the sea of time, tangling with the concept of chaos. Of course, I could have been in the upper plane and would occasionally go back. Your question is a little difficult to answer. After crossing 2 eras, I don't even know where I was fighting. Why don't you just tell me what you're talking about?" "Well, it's not right to ask like that." The young man scratched his head and agreed. "Actually, it's like this." The teenager sipped his tea and listened to the conversation, then nodded. "So you think that when I was fighting with the concept of chaos, I accidentally killed the little guy?" He put his neck in front of him, causing Yun Nuashing's face to twitch. The teenager sighed softly. "Killing him while you're at it can make it look so artistic. I can't think of anything else for now. At that time, the little guy was probably just an ordinary little guy, not very eye-catching. Actually, all of us and those guys on the other side can do it. But if you want to do it in the middle of a battle, I can only think of you for the time being. The other side doesn't have this kind of ability." After saying that, he looked at the little guy and the others. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Alarm Clock, and his god name is Time and Sand. You can call him Alarm Clock, Clock, or Time. It's too troublesome to call out his god name. Even I find it troublesome to call him that." The teenager leaned on the chair and swung his legs in the air. "Just be casual. I don't mind. The power to control time. Huh?" Hui suddenly showed an expression as if his thoughts had drifted somewhere. He suddenly said, "The master of the sea of time. That is to say, you can do this, and that to time. You are a god who lives in various points of time at the same time. You can see the truth of the world and play with time in your hands." When the young man heard this, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds. He reached out and touched the 3 heads behind him. He coughed dryly and said in a slightly immature voice, "Although I don't know what you're thinking, but what you said is just a fantasy. Our existence has made it clear that time can't work on us, and we can't manipulate the power of time to act on ourselves as you imagine. But at my level, I can affect you a little, just a little. Living in different points of time at the same time, you can't do it even if you split me into dozens. Leaving myself aside, you probably have forgotten about the power of time because you haven't used it for years, right?" Hui grinned dryly. "It's useful, but it's not particularly useful. It can only be said to be a little assistance, mentioning the speed of time to a world without a particularly high-level life form Racing against time, that's all there is to it. Oh, that's a routine operation. It can buy a lot of time. The teenager nodded and took a sip of tea before continuing. Time is not as powerful and tenacious as you think. The eternal time is quite long. The long time is like your life, a dozen eras, dozens of eras, and there will always be some damaged and stains in between. And time is far more fragile than your life, and also longer than your life. Therefore, it is more prone to damage and stains, and some can't even be erased, like what you said about manipulating time. The only gain is to destroy an entire timeline world, an entire void, and nothing else. Hui scratched his head and looked at Feng, but Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, "What kind of weird stuff are you thinking about every day?" Hui smiled bitterly. "But isn't this how people think about time? Although it's not what they know, it's not what they think. Some things are known, but they can't help but think about it. If that's the case, isn't your power limited by yourself?" Hui couldn't help but ask. "Not at all." The teenager shook his head and turned to look at him. "Heir of Guardian, what do you think the power of time is?" You suddenly asked the power of time." Hui put his hand on his forehead and broke out in cold sweat. The question was a little. He quickly looked at Feng. His brain couldn't work at this moment. This brain has a different idea from mine. It's not something I can do as I wish. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at him, sighed, and took over the question. The power of time is the power of time. If we answer with the concrete manifestation of the things here, it would be the energy of the sea of time. Oh, it's a serious answer. There's no wrong definition. The teenager looked at the little one and clapped her little hands in praise. In the past, many people gave a variety of strange answers in the sea of time. In fact, the answer is actually very simple, especially when it can be observed. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and sighed softly. How can it be so complicated? As you said, the power of time, in terms of the sea of time in the world, is its energy. That's it. What we'll talk about in detail is actually the characteristics of the power of time. It's what people often think of as holding the power of time and making it fast or slow down. This is indeed the basic characteristic of the basics. However, if you want to repeatedly jump around in time, like what I said just now, you can collapse an area of the void. So, don't have such unrealistic fantasies. In the end, as long as the power of time doesn't affect us, it's fine. For example, he turned to look at Yun Nuoshing. "Big sister's little heir, you puffed." Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Nuoshing spat out a mouthful of tea. He hurriedly tidied himself up in the tense atmosphere and sat down calmly. I choked." "It's okay. You can continue." The teenager scratched his head. "If I remember correctly, you have a lot of skills that require a long time to prepare, right?" Yun Nuoshing's eyes lit up. She could not help but smile. "Could it be? Well, I know what you're thinking just by looking at your expression. Yes, that's it. As long as the power of time doesn't affect individuals like us who are at the peak of concepts, order, and rules, it's fine. We can switch the target of the influence. This is how I usually use the power of time." The teenager spread his hands and said. She turned her head and explained to him. That is to say, in the domain of time, you can unleash your attacks without delay, without preparation, and without accumulating power, including the creations you have created, as long as you can bear it. "Oh," we said, "it's a super acceleration function." Yun Nuoshing's eyes lit up even more. Then, 2 seconds later, she scratched her head and sighed. "It sounds good, but it's a pity that I can't use it." When the teenager was about to drink his tea, he was stunned. "Can't use it? That shouldn't be. Shouldn't it be able to make up for some of your shortcomings?" Yun Nuoshing sighed in distress. She lay on the table and fiddled with the teacup in front of her with a gloomy face. "I'm just a stowaway. I don't have the power of time. I do have a bunch of origin energy that's missing limbs. The teenager, question mark, the teenager shrugged. Let's take back the topic that we talked about before you came. The little one has all the origin energy. We haven't asked about it. Yes, we didn't ask about it. After all, we were in a hurry and didn't have time to talk about it. When it was time to talk about it, we might have thought of something else and forgotten about it. The teenager nodded. Seeing that the little one was a little depressed and gloomy, he could not help but say, "Looks like there's something we don't know." Yes, the little one's origin energy came into contact with the power we left in the realm of the gods. About that, the teenager immediately reacted. After a long, "Oh," he said in a slightly reminiscing tone, "when we created the realm of the gods, we separated a part of the origin energy. Then we reshaped it and put it in the realm of the gods. Just in case, we set up the first and second layers of defense. Later, when the battle was urgent, we readjusted the first layer of defense so that it could protect the void of order of the 8 elements realm to the void of order of the entire Grand Yuan realm. But why did we run into those? Our power is buried quite deep. There's nothing fun there, right? There shouldn't have been any accidental intrusions. After all, the third layer of defense, there is quite important. It's an important defense that was left behind at a very late stage. We should have left enough power to guard that place. Speaking of which, it's really as long as a piece of cloth." Hui smiled bitterly and held his head. "Because of some very important reasons, we had to go there and touch those things. And then," Hui then explained in detail about how they had reactivated the protection they imposed on the Grand Yuan realm in the realm of the gods. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That's it, because there was a little accident along the way. Oh, right. The first layer of defense was destroyed by us at that time." The teenager shook his head in realization. "So, you went to reactivate the first layer of defense to prevent the underworld from causing trouble. Your courage is commendable. Your courage is commendable. But you almost got yourself killed. That's not commendable. I didn't know about this at that time. I thought that what the Guardian told me would be easy to do. I didn't expect it to be so, uncontrollable." Hui clutched his head and smiled bitterly. He carefully glanced at Feng and said, "Then Feng became like this. He was branded with your marks." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at Hui. Spilling blood all over her body was the beginning. Then 147, 196 balls of origin energy essence swarmed her. Her entire body was engraved with imprints. Her energy source also directly followed her out. This could be considered as a further deepening of the connection. Furthermore, it had deepened by leaps and bounds. From then on, origin became a label that he could not escape from. So, he was really forced onto the ship. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She could not help but grumble. Every word that came out of her mouth was a little resentful. "I was forced onto the ship from then on." The teenager laughed dryly. The latter pulled the 4 circles behind him and muttered, "So, that's the reason. If the characteristics are not complete, then there's nothing we can do. In our current state, we can't complete it for you. Or rather, it's a little unimaginable that you could survive in that situation." "Well," Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at him. She could not help but mutter, "This is because of her. Because I was carrying her things. I was pulled by the energy source she left behind. Yes, your energy source even built a nest in my soul. It would come out and quarrel with me from time to time, and I couldn't win against it." The teenager were speechless. This was the first time they heard that someone could quarrel with energy. She turned her head to look at him. He just remembered this matter. "By the way, Is it okay for your energy source to come out with me? Didn't you guys set up some defenses? We know about the first and second layers. I've been maintaining the second layer of defense. But what's the third layer of defense? The third layer of defense is what I told you before. It's the reason why the underworld is attacking the realm of the gods. The teenager answered on her behalf. Didn't you say that you conveniently touched the realm of the gods and used it to suppress them? That seal was left in the realm of the gods, and the third layer of defense was set up specifically for that seal. As a result, the unlucky deity realm was targeted and harassed by the former Divine Shadow Clan and the Netherworld realm. As for the energy source, the teenager turned to look at her. She shook her head gently. It's fine. Although it was an accident that the energy source left, there's no need to worry too much. Besides, it might be just right for you. After all, your divinity carrier was damaged. With the energy source following you, consider it compensation. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. Oh, all right. The teenager breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of tea. Then, he suddenly realized something. Were we talking about that? The teenager was stunned as he poured the tea. What were we talking about? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at the two of them. He had already said that anything related to them was troublesome. They had a lot of topics to talk about, and they had seriously gone off topic. In just a few sentences, they had gone off topic. Didn't you just say that I was beaten into an art painting? Then you mentioned the power of time, and then you went off topic. Oh, that's it. The teenager clapped her hands in realization, and then turned to the teenager. So, you see, the teenager looked at it and jumped down from the chair, walking to Yun Nuashing. She reached out and pressed the teenager's arm, looking at it carefully. After a moment, she shook her head. No, it's obviously not my influence. My power is the power of time. In a battle, it's not surprising that the torrent of time released at full power would have any kind of effect. I can also do what you think, wiping out an existence directly from its source. But if it was really cut by my time, wiping origin, there would be a scar unique to time left. Yun Nuashing was very excited when she heard that. She suddenly looked up. You don't say. There really seems to be a scar. The teenager, who had just climbed back to the chair, suddenly slid to the ground. When he scrambled to get up, the 12 pieces behind him froze. You can't really be. No, but there's really no such thing on your body. I just looked around. It's very clean. There's nothing left. There's a scar that I still don't understand. It's hidden somewhere else. Yun Nuashing widened his eyes and turned to look at her with a strange expression. The last time we saw it together, in the core of the concept manifestation space, there was a crack that was mixed with the aura of origin energy and chaos energy. He then turned to the teenager and the others. That's why we determined that I was killed by you guys in the 37th and 38th era. What did you say last time? Anyway, you said that there was a concept-level destruction, and that was a scar or something. Although I don't know why this antique was left behind after dying for a lifetime. It really was left behind. The teenager held his head and turned to look at Big Sis. When he saw her nod in confirmation, he was stunned. It can't be that coincidental, right? Was I really the one who killed it? It's hard to say. It's just a possibility. She replied softly and took his hand to calm him down. It's just an old scar found in the concept manifestation space. The scar is tainted with the aura of us and them, but there's no obvious aura left behind. There's no characteristic that points to anyone. So, it's just a suspicion and a search. The teenager scratched his head and mumbled, but when I fought the chaos concept bodies, I would drag them into the temporal sea to fight. the destruction of temporal origin erasure would cause a lot of indescribable effects on everything in the world. If it was used directly in the void, when the battle was over, the void would be wasted. Concepts and whatnot would be useless, and it would be better to collapse and rebuild it than to repair it. Even if I couldn't enter the temporal sea, I would still use it in my 2 domains. Apart from that attack, the other attacks were all normal destruction and destructive power, because they were mixed with the power of the chaos concept bodies. Well, at most, it would be to the extent that the souls of the Grand Yuan realm would be destroyed. It wouldn't erase the origin. If the little guy was just an ordinary guy back then, how could he have been dragged in? The teenager scratched his head. What if he happened to break through the temporal sea and the domain? That's not uncommon. Then some innocent passerby, the little guy, would just happen to pass by in front of you and get hit. The teenager was silent for a while before he looked up at Yun Nuoshing. Well, can I say unlucky to you? Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with helplessness and distress. You can add all the prefixes and suffixes to these 2 words. But isn't that too unlucky? The teenager smiled bitterly for a while and held his breath for a while before he mumbled, "A calamity from the sky. This is an unexpected disaster." So, the little angel, who had been listening quietly in the background, could not help but speak up and conclude, in the 37th and 38th eras, Little Star was wandering around somewhere in the void and was accidentally hit by the temporal origin erasure that leaked out of the domain. At the critical moment, he pushed Xian Yin into a portal that might have been the void and was accidentally sent to the land of origins. Is that what happened? Yun Nuoshing, why do you mention wandering around? The little angel stuck out her tongue. Because you often run around outside and get into trouble. This time is no exception. Yun Nuoshing. There seems to be nothing to refute. He thought for a while, slammed the table, and immediately shouted, "No, I won't work for people who have killed me. I won't. I won't do it. She immediately grabbed his arm and pressed him to sit on the chair, interrupting him, and calmly replied, "It's just a guess. We haven't reached a conclusion yet. After all, you are prone to causing trouble, and it was at the most chaotic time. It's not surprising that something unusual that even we can't find out happened. There are actually many guesses about this matter, but if we keep talking about it, I'm afraid there will be no end to it." Well, Yun Nuoshing calmed down and rolled his eyes. Damn it, this world is too messy. Damn it, the mythological era should be the most artistic death in his endless reincarnation. Chapter 2039. The journey of endless reincarnation, to put it bluntly, was actually the process of dying and coming back to life again and again. Looking at let's just say that the Dark Age was over. All the way to the 139th era, he had been rolling in the Grand Yuan realm for almost 90 eras. He had been dying and coming back to life again and again for hundreds of billions of eras. Among those complicated memories, the useless part left the impression that he had once lived and felt something. The small part was annihilated in the reincarnation, and the rest was hidden in the deepest part of the sea of memories, most of which he would not take out. The most important memory he had left was actually the memory of the primeval age, although the second half of the memory had not been retrieved yet, and the more important and fatal memory of the Dark Age that he was recalling now, and he knew that it was absolutely a terrible memory, but he still had to face it head-on. In fact, now he could already come to a conclusion. The Dark Age might be the main reason why he had been through so many reincarnations. Just like what she said, he was like a vengeful spirit that refused to disperse for a long time, stubbornly holding on, waiting, and gradually becoming crazy. Even so, he still refused to give up and let go, even if he had to do it again, and again, and again, no matter what. It was really heavy. This spirit had been settling in the world for too long and had accumulated too much. Although it could not compare to their experience of more than 300 eras, it was tiring and heavy. After all, he had a lot of messy things on him, some of which were completely integrated with his spirit, and could not dissipate even if he stepped into reincarnation. Therefore, he had to carry them on his back one life after another. Occasionally, he would think, it's too heavy. I'm tired. I really can't bear it anymore. After complaining, he would stand up and continue to move forward. It was the first time he saw the night in the land of origin. Previously, he had been watching the sun hanging obliquely on the edge of the eye of the storm, shining light all over the land of origin, but it did not make this place too bright and dazzling. It was like a thin layer of clouds evenly scattered in the air, constantly weakening the intensity of the sunlight and casting the shadow of the floating island in the sky. But now, it was the time of the silver moon in the sky. The clouds had dissipated, and the night was clear and transparent. There was no starry sky at night here, and there were no endless stars under the night sky. Only the silver moon hung alone in the sky. He did not know what kind of texture there was in the sky. It was not like an atmosphere or a barrier, and he could not see the end of it from afar. Probably because this was a broken land, there was no way to make everything perfect. The storm cloud wall was still hanging in the same place and rotating slowly. It was a bit depressing after looking at it for a long time. However, the sprinkling moonlight would spread a flowing curtain of light in front of the storm cloud wall, as if the starlight of countless worlds had gathered here. He could clearly see the traces of flowing light, as if the storm cloud wall was moving with the flickering light, dragging out a picture of flowing light. He had yet to measure the size of the continent of origin, but when he walked around, he could feel the emptiness of this place. According to Sui Feng and the others, the palaces that the gods of origin lived in were all hidden in the corresponding spaces, leaving only the central hall for decoration, leaving a lot of space for the continent of origin. However, Sui Feng felt that this was just an excuse. If the gods of origin really wanted to have unlimited space, then Sui Feng believed that this was, he did not know what they were thinking. God knows what they were thinking. At night, the grassland, the sea of flowers, and the huge gate made of vines were embellished with a thin silver curtain under the light of the silver moon, so that they could cooperate and emit silver light. The light gathered here would scatter a large number of silver light particles around every few minutes, as if a swarm of fireflies suddenly flew out of the grassland and wandered around for a while before gradually dissipating. Needless to say, this scene was the work of the girl. He did not want to see the scene of the men planting trees in the east. He just got lost at the entrance over there for 10 minutes. The night view of the land of origin was not bad, but it lacked vitality. The land was empty, and there were no insects or small animals running around at night. There was nothing but the sound of the wind. It was a little monotonous, but it was still one of the sceneries he had seen before. This was the scene of the girl's emergency repair. If it was the original look, what the land of origin originally looked like, to be honest, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, every time he went there, it would be a mess, and he did not have the mood to enjoy the scenery. As for why he came out alone at night, well, there was a reason for it. Everyone was busy talking to their goddess all night long. Little Angel was also dragged by her to the last step of the transformation of order. He wanted to go as well since he was worried about her. Even though she was the one who did it, there was no need for him to worry. Besides, the angel girl rejected his offer, saying that she didn't want him to see her in such a sorry state. So, well, it was not that he could not understand, but he was still worried and wanted to stay by her side or something. Anyway, he sneaked out in the end and wandered aimlessly in the empty land of origin, emptying his mind relaxing his spirit and letting his consciousness gradually drift. Then his mind would suddenly be filled with endless fireworks and firecrackers, and a large group of ink blocks in the background. Damn, the ink blocks that would pop out in his mind when he was relaxing his spirit. Hiss. Anyway, damn it. But it was normal. His spirit was so tense that he could not feel anything, and he could not relax. Anyway, he had to empty his mind today, no matter what. He found a good place in the sea of flowers and lay down with his back to the ground, and his gaze fell on the scene of his long hair dancing with the petals for a while. Then he began to stare at the bright and motionless moon in a daze, and the fireworks in his mind had turned into endless energy towers, the staff of origin, the staff of creation, and so on. When he closed his eyes, the void was turbulent, and when he opened his eyes, the endless fireworks filled the void, and the fireworks in the void were competing to be the first to bloom. He felt that he had gone crazy, and his mind was filled with big explosions and even bigger and brighter fireworks. Just when he was feeling a little insomnia and wanted to find a lake to drown himself in to calm down, an ice-cold breath suddenly blew on his face, causing him to be slightly startled. Before he could turn his gaze, a figure like ice and snow had already entered his line of sight. "What are you doing here?" Shuang Shuang stood in front of his head and squatted down to look him in the eyes. The icy cold aura from her body temporarily froze the tumbling scenes in his mind. She kicked them aside, allowing him to slowly regain his senses. Upon closer inspection, this lass had even changed her clothes. The translucent blue and white gauze dress that she usually liked was now replaced by a more gorgeous, light blue, translucent dress that sparkled with starlight. It was strangely gorgeous. At a glance, there were so many stars that it was as if he was looking at a light blue star field. Originally, this lass was walking with ice crystals and snowflakes floating around her. Now that she was wearing a star field, it was even more dazzling. This lass's presence was too strong. "In a daze, try to relax," Yun Nuoxing responded, looking at her glacial eyes, a little curious. "Why did you come out? Have you finished talking with the god of origin?" Shuang Shuang stroked her long hair by her ear and thought for a moment. "Sister Bing said that I understood too quickly and said too much at once. She asked me to sort it out myself, and we will talk about the rest tomorrow, and then I came out." Yun Nuoxing. No, she was indeed a life form of origin, and even the god of origin could say something like that. Perhaps to them, a complete life form of origin was also a rare sight. After all, there was not even one in the previous era. When he came in, he could also feel that many of them were paying attention to Shuang Shuang, and the degree of attention was second only to the day when he was hung up. Shuang Shuang said again, "Well, before I came out, I changed my clothes and then went to look for Sui Qing." Sui Qing's face was so pale when she was dragged away. "I don't know if she is okay now. Was she too excited?" Yun Nuoxing. Theoretically, that was not excitement, but shock. It seemed that Sui Qing's history of torture was also continuing. Shuang Shuang poked little Xingxing, who was in a daze, and pinched his cheeks. Looking at his eyes, she suddenly fell into a trance again. She didn't know where his thoughts had run off to. After thinking for a while, she moved to his side and leaned on his shoulder to lie in this sea of flowers. Her jade-like hands gently hugged his waist. Slightly stimulated by the slightly cold breath, his mind broke free from the scene of endless destruction of the endless fire, and he tilted his head to look at the ice sculpture girl who was staring at him without blinking, as if she wanted to say something. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong? If you are busy, don't mind me." Shuang Shuang shook her head, stretched out her long arms, and hugged him tightly, and said softly in his ear, "To accompany you." His eyes suddenly widened, and when he was a little confused about the meaning of the word, she continued Leisure time is rare, and each time is quite short, so I want to accompany you. He thought seriously. Didn't I just come out from Luo Ying's world not long ago? That was considered leisure, right? I don't have to think about anything, just walk around. You really don't have to think about anything? Shuang Shuang blew a breath beside his ear, making him shiver. Little Star should learn to relax. You don't have to bear too much pressure alone. I like to see you smile when you don't want to do anything. Yun Nuoshing. This Ming and Siyu said that if Little Star thinks too much and wants him to relax, all you need to do is to hug him. Shuang Shuang said, and then snuggled in his arms, and then muttered, I don't think the effect is obvious. Yun Nuoshing. Could he say that he really didn't think too much now? He meant that 30% of his mind was empty, 50% of his attention was on this girl, and the remaining 20% was still beating up his thoughts in the void. Although he felt that he would be bitten to death if he said it out loud, but his head was indeed full of firecrackers and fireworks, and the fortress of origin was about to appear in a while. Looking at Shuang Shuang's serious eyes, he opened his mouth, thought for a while, and then confessed seriously. Well, there is indeed a part of my mind that is thinking about other things. I'm used to it. I'm afraid I can't stop. Void, order, chaos. He heaved a long sigh at the sky. Although I also came out to find some leisure time, my thoughts are always uncontrollable. I can't control them at all, and will always drift in that direction. When I'm free, my thoughts are even more uncontrollable. Opening and closing my eyes, it's all about the same things. Just as you said, I really should relax. I know that suppressing, forcing, and enduring will torment myself until I collapse, but phew, life of toil, life of toil. Perhaps I'll be able to relax after I knock myself out. Shuang Shuang was stunned for a moment, and then raised her hand to pinch his face. Even if Little Star faints, his soul and consciousness will still be thinking about things, and when his consciousness escapes to the source environment, we won't know what's going on. You said that it's relaxing when your consciousness returns to the source environment, but she shrugged. I don't see Little Star relaxing when you wake up. You must be thinking about a lot of things in the source environment, right? Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth, but he could not refute that. When his consciousness and soul returned to the source, he naturally entered a state and began to become a philosopher in the source environment, thinking about who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Although returning to the source environment was indeed a little easier, it was just like sleeping on one side and changing a position because it was uncomfortable. Was it not still sleeping? Well, he wanted to say that he had been thinking, but in a different way, and there was not much difference. Well, when I'm done with these things, I should be able to relax, and then, find a place to lie down, and lie down for 180 days to tidy up myself. He nodded seriously. As Shuang Shuang listened, she raised her hand and counted in front of him the fortress of origins, the staff of origin, the staff of creation, fragments. Fragments are still fragments, the original creations that need to be tidied up repeatedly, the energy towers that need to be adjusted after being changed by the source law, the realm of order, the defensive measures against chaos to prevent chaos from invading. There are many, many more. Yun Nuoshing. Why did he suddenly feel even more tired? His thoughts of setting off fireworks had begun to drift further away, and he had begun to work on the infrastructure. Now his mind was filled with thoughts of how to build the void front line, and a part of him was still working hard on setting off fireworks. Aside from these, there's still the matter of Little Star yourself, the path of essence, the sea of energy, and, he hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth, and his lips were trembling. Don't say any more. Shuang Shuang did not give up, and continued through the soul transmission. Even if you're done with your work and lie down for 180 days, your consciousness will still be thinking about the last thing, right? Yun Nuashing. Why did he feel like he was being pinched so hard that he could not retort? Shuang Shuang was right. Since a long, long time ago, he had been nervous and repressed. Due to various reasons, he had taken over the mess, shouldering a pressure that he should not have shouldered, and would never disappear but would only grow heavier as time passed. Even so, things had been pushed forward for several eras, and he had also considered it his own matter, putting in all his effort and strength, even if he would occasionally put on an "it doesn't matter, just smile" attitude, believing that he could handle that part of the pressure. The truth was that he was just burying it little by little in the deepest part of his heart. It was something that no one would be able to hide, was it not? There are some things that someone has to bear, and some things would never end. He looked at the sky and sighed. I just don't want to lie to myself at the very last moment, saying things like, I could have done better. After I took over the banner of Origins, I've been forced or taken the initiative to understand many things. It doesn't matter, right? Just give up in this life. Perhaps there's nothing to be concerned about from the start. Just keep moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. Just keep moving forward. As for how I am, puffed, no one knows better than me what would happen to me. It was really hard for them to take turns to enlighten him, but it was a pity that the further he went, the more he would reach the continent of Origins. Such a scenario would only make his imagination run wild. For example, the Fort of Origin, which had been delayed for 5 minutes, finally appeared in his thoughts. It hung at the center and began to set off fireworks at the sky ahead, even as it worked hard to build infrastructure behind the scenes. He actually never thought about shouldering everything alone because he really could not, which was why he did everything he could to drag the Void frontline forward. That was why he was happy when they offered to help. Was it a compromise? It wasn't a compromise, right? It was because he realized that he couldn't handle it alone and couldn't achieve that ending, so he changed his approach. The current peaceful moment was so fake. How could he wait until everything was ready before something happened? Shuang Shuang, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Little star, you should at least be aware of everyone's concern for you. I know. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. I know you're all worried about me, but what? But he did not seem to respond to the worries of those around him. Response. I seem to have heard that the actions of the person at the center would affect the people around him. The more cohesive a place was, the more this would be the case. Tension, anxiety, worry, depression, emotions, and the atmosphere would actually be contagious. If he pulled a long face all day long, the atmosphere would probably be very bad. Although it was not to that extent now, but if he was always anxious and worried all day long, no matter how well he pretended, he would not be able to hide it. After all, they had known each other for a whole 5 eras. How could those emotions and the changes caused by those emotions be hidden? Knowing was one thing, how to deal with it was another. So he really wasn't suited to be the center of attention. This was too difficult for him. He wasn't a talented person. Speaking of which, he shouldn't be the center of attention in the first place. It was so difficult. Shuang Shuang pouted helplessly as she watched Little Star fall into a self-contradictory cycle, with his thoughts becoming more complicated. Forget it, she said. Telling Little Star these things is like playing the lute to a cow. Yun Nuashing said, I'm really sorry. She's right. Sometimes there are things that need to be done directly. There's no need to tell Little Star. Shuang Shuang suddenly straightened her upper body. The words that came out of her mouth stunned him. What did she mean by doing directly? Doing what? Wake up. Little Star, you idiot. Shuang Shuang suddenly reached out her hands and pressed his face. Her dark blue eyes were shining with a determined light. Before he understood the meaning of the sentence, she suddenly took a deep breath and then immediately bent down. Her beautiful eyes rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Ugh! The cold touch on his mouth made him instantly widen his eyes. The light in his heart suddenly stopped. At the same time, the fireworks, firecrackers, the temple of origin, and so on that reverberated in his mind were all turned into ashes. In an instant, he was beaten back to the original state. Do it mean that? Who taught this girl? Well, there was no need to ask. The few people at home were all suspects. They might even be working together to cause trouble. Ugh, now he couldn't think of anything at all. His brain directly shut down. He estimated that it would overload in a while. My brain is so hot. I can't think. Who am I? What am I doing? Why is this girl? No. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was no need to be surprised by this scene at all, right? There shouldn't be any need to be surprised. After all, did he notice it? Or did he not notice it? Speaking of which, should he have noticed it? After a long time, Shuang slowly raised her head. Seeing Little Star's pretty face blushing, and her eyes glazed over, she muttered, "Little Star, have you calmed down?" Yun Nuashing, your Little Star's brain is overloaded. He probably won't be able to think for a long time. If this is your goal, then congratulations, you have achieved your goal. Because he really can't think now. His head, face, and neck are all a bit numb. He estimated that it will take 4 to 5 minutes to think again. If you have anything to say, please say it later. He can't move now. Seeing him in a daze, Shuang's jade-like finger lightly tapped on her lips. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she muttered to herself, "Mommy, it's so strange. Little Star, do it again." Yun Nuashing, struggle my ass. His head was pressed down, and he couldn't escape. The violent conflict between his consciousness and his soul made both of them go on strike, and he couldn't think. Anyway, before he could react, his mouth was covered by an icy cold feeling again. It seemed that before he thought about whether he should worry about something, he had to talk to this girl. Talk about what? What else could he say in this situation? It seemed that there was nothing else to say. Forget it. His head was so dizzy. He was going to faint. Next time, before you move your mouth, can we discuss it? So that he could be mentally prepared. Golden light fell from the sky. The tall, vine-weaved doors and corridors filtered out the sunlight, which could not be dazzling to begin with. This faint layer of light dyed the sea of flowers and the space in this place with a hazy golden luster. The warm color was so gentle that one would want to immerse oneself in this atmosphere with just a glance. When he opened his eyes, he saw such a scene. It was warm and lazy, allowing him to lie down comfortably. Yesterday, he had actually fallen asleep here. When he woke up, he saw such a beautiful and peaceful scene, which made him feel happy. Then, when he lowered his head to look at the ice sculpture sleeping peacefully with him in his arms, he fell silent for a moment. Yesterday, he had definitely fallen asleep because he had suffocated from the kiss. Hadn't he? That must be it, right? No, he couldn't admit that he had fainted due to excessive shock and panic. This couldn't be. Speaking of which, he had slept like a log yesterday, just like the 4 days on the ship. But to be honest, even if he had woken up, he was still in a daze. He might really need to go back to the factory for major repairs. Otherwise, every time he woke up, he would be in a daze. Although the possibility of accidentally falling asleep was close to zero, yesterday could be considered as an accident. Yesterday's scene was just too impactful. He couldn't help it. He could only use the word impactful to describe it. Although the kiss scene was very, that it was still a little unexpected. Well, he had to admit that he really did not notice Shuang's thoughts. After all, one could not expect a person whose head was filled with destruction, fireworks, and explosives for 5 eras to accurately notice everyone's thoughts. Either way, he could not grasp emotions clearly, so how could he see through everyone's thoughts accurately? He was just like what she had said last night, to be aware of everyone's concern. He was aware of it, but only after being reminded did he realize that he had been aware of it. In other words, he had been aware of it at the moment and then tossed it aside, continuing to do things his own way that was completely irresponsible to himself and everyone else. Come to think of it, the atmosphere in the observer space seemed to be too serious and deadly because of him. He admitted that, but because there was nothing he could do, but he needed to pay attention. But sometimes when there were so many things to worry about and so many things to do, he wished that he could multitask. But forgive him for being a simple-minded person. There were many things that could not be done perfectly. In the end, he could only choose among many things. Although, even if he did choose to give up, he didn't really give up. The slight movement of the person in his arms quickly brought him back to reality. He didn't want to show an expression that seemed as if the void would collapse, and he would be pressed down until he suffocated again. Oh, I accidentally fell asleep. The girl quickly jumped up as soon as she woke up. But when she saw him, she was not in a hurry. She hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to keep him there. He didn't know what expression to make. In the end, he decided to say something. Shuang, if you use more strength, my waist will crack. Shuang stuck out her tongue and let go of her arms a little. Then she slightly straightened her body and stared at him. Her deep blue eyes stared at his eyes with an unyielding aura. It made him feel a little guilty. He didn't know what to think. He subconsciously turned his head to avoid the girl's glacier gaze. But just as he turned his head, he was pulled back by a pair of cold hands. He was almost sweating, and his rationality told him that he should be a little stronger. Yes, he needed to be a little stronger. Otherwise, the girls at home would treat him as what? Logically speaking, he should be the one taking advantage of this kiss, right? It should be like this, right? But why did he feel that he had lost something every time he saw the satisfied expression on their faces? Anyway, after yesterday's incident, his brain was still in a state of uncontrollable state. It looked like he wouldn't be able to think for a period of time. Moreover, he was entangled in another layer of contradiction and couldn't get out of it. So, was this girl planning to repeat the scene? Looking at her determined eyes, he also tried his best to open his eyes wide. His breathing was steady, and his breath was deep in his dantian. His voice didn't tremble. Shuang, you can't do it more than 3 times. The 3rd time it's not effective. Then, in order to verify if it really didn't have any effect, this girl blocked his mouth for as long as half an hour. It turned out that this was still effective because his brain had been shut down for who knows how long. This girl even took advantage of him afterwards. He always felt that if this place wasn't the origin continent, he might have been executed on the spot. A girl who took advantage of people's perilous situation. Over at the palace, Hui and the primordial heavenly deity, whose name was Guardian, which was exactly the same as him, although this guardian god liked to charge and break through enemy lines while carrying a shield and was despised by others, had a long talk through the night. They talked about a lot of things about their powers, which benefited Hui a lot. He felt that his career as a shield had taken a big step forward. Just as he was about to calm down and digest the information, the two of them saw Maple and Shuang coming back hand in hand. When he saw Maple's messy clothes and her pretty face that couldn't be dispelled, he suddenly slammed his jaw on the table. He couldn't help but blurt out a shocking sentence. F***CK. Maple, you were done. You two are back together. Yun Nuoshing's face instantly became ferocious. She gritted her teeth and raised her manifestation, but when she remembered that everyone was busy at the moment, she clenched her fist and resisted the urge to smash manifestation, Origin, into his face. But she still raised her finger and glared at him angrily. If the situation wasn't bad, I would have lit you up like a firework. I know. Hui waved his hand with a look of understanding. Your waist and back are sore, right? I understand. Ah, do you want me to make you some soup to nourish your body? You see, this place is quite suitable. Under the witness of all the gods of Origin, I will set up a banquet for you. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and suddenly turned into a light and rushed out. Hui screamed miserably as she sent him up into the sky to set off fireworks. That was purely his imagination. In fact, he just pulled Shuang to sit down and drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Hui felt that something was wrong when he saw this situation. He was prepared to be sent up, but in the end, it was a dud. This made his thoughts run wild all of a sudden. Phone, what did you two really do? Yun Nuoshing stared at him coldly, as if he was looking at a maggot. I will give you 3 seconds to reorganize your brain. There was a murderous aura. Hui instantly stopped talking and sat up straight, dignified and serious. Then, the 4 of them drank tea and zoned out. 10 minutes later, Hui couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but ask, Maple, why aren't you saying anything? Yun Nuoshing put down her teacup. What do you want to say? That's... Hui looked at his eyes suspiciously. They were indifferent, calm, clear, and somewhat unnatural. There was no deep, profound, distant, and gloomy look in his eyes when he was thinking. Shouldn't you usually start nagging about what you want to do the moment you sit down? Why is there no movement at all today? Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. She quietly looked down at Shuang, who was still holding his hand, as if she was declaring something. She let him think for a while. She looked at Hui, who had a strange look, and said calmly, Oh, I'm tired from thinking, so I'm taking a break. Hui was shocked and jumped back 3 meters. He held a big shield and a big sword in his hand, and was as powerful as a tiger. The young man was shocked. What kind of demon is occupying Maple's body? Come out and fight to the death. Yun Nuoshing, isn't it just being forced to empty your mind? Is there such a big difference? The young man couldn't help but ask the little guy, what kind of image do you usually have? Yun Nuoshing, I don't know. Chapter 2040. He should have sorted out the large pile of content that he had gained from the long talk all night as soon as possible to free up the brain space, and then continue to torment the Origin energy. After all, a great opportunity was in front of him. This was an opportunity that could easily make the Origin energy gain a qualitative leap. However, since Maple and Shuang came back together, his schedule was only left with drinking tea, daydreaming, drinking tea, daydreaming. God knows why he was daydreaming. After daydreaming for a while, he finally could not help but look up at Maple, whose expression and demeanor were wrong. Maple's eyes were out of focus, but he was not thinking about something, just daydreaming. He then looked at Shuang, who was calm, with her red lips slightly raised and a little happy. This cheerful look, if there was nothing between the two last night, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, it might not be as exaggerated as he thought. He was very sure that this night the two were lovey-dovey together, and Maple might have really been done something. Otherwise, he really could not explain the change that happened before and after. The young man also felt strange when he saw the new inheritor's restless look. He tilted his head and looked at the little guy. Indeed, compared to the gloomy and deep mood from time to time before, he was much calmer now, as if he had emptied himself all of a sudden. The change was a little exaggerated. He nudged Hui with his foot and whispered, "What's the situation with the little guy usually?" Hui took a sip of tea and was silent for a while. He decided to answer in the most straightforward way, 1 hour and 60 minutes. 60 minutes to think about fireworks, 120 minutes to think about bigger fireworks, and 180 minutes to think about how to make fireworks more artistic. The young man was speechless. Three things at the same time? 6 times the efficiency? And this thing has been going on for 5 eras without stopping. Hui shuddered when he thought about it. 5 eras without stopping, and the time before half an era was even more difficult to withstand. In addition to 3 things at the same time, he had to deal with the attacks from the underworld every minute and every second. Under such circumstances, he forcibly changed the void front line into what it is today. I don't think it's going to work. I feel like I'm going crazy when I hear about it. After hearing this, the young man fell silent. This was forcing him to his death, to the point where the reincarnation road was about to collapse. It's a miracle that the little guy hasn't gone crazy yet. Hui shook his head hard. Feng has been crazy for a long time. The reason why he doesn't show it now is that there is no need to show it now. You should know that he is not normal when you see him using himself as a yuancher. It is a fragmented abnormality. The young man gulped. What about his soul? He collapsed long ago. Now he's just... Hui glanced at Maple, who was talking to Shuang. He sighed softly. He's struggling to hold on. You guys don't usually keep an eye on him. The young man laughed bitterly as soon as he said that. I don't think you guys can keep an eye on him. Hui shrugged and gave him a helpless look. After he was injured by the chaos concept entity's concept level power, in order to create the source law, he did not hesitate to tear open the wound that was almost healed and forcefully borrowed the concept level power, almost causing himself to collapse. After he was done, he even gave us a "what can you do about it?" expression. The problem is that we really don't have the right to teach him a lesson. What do you think we should do? The young man was speechless. He even dared to use concept level wounds. How crazy was the little guy? So, now that Maple has suddenly stopped. Huey's face twitched. Although it's a good thing, I can feel a very frightening feeling. After all, we all feel that Maple will only be able to breathe a sigh of relief when the other side is completely annihilated. Then he will throw away all the burdens on his body in one go. The young man laughed bitterly, completely understanding the situation. Then why did he suddenly change so violently? Hui crossed his hands and muttered to himself for a moment. He glanced at Shuang beside him. Guess what they did last night? Oh, I really don't know. Everyone was busy talking to the children last night. Probably no one went to see what happened to the little guy. The young man said. He saw Huey's crazy eyes and slightly froze. The life of more than 300 eras allowed him to read the meaning in Huey's eyes. You're saying that the two of them got together last night? Hui nodded vigorously. The young man was stunned. Then, that little angel girl. Hui continued to nod vigorously. Seeing the light on the young man's body flickering as if he was thinking about something, he could not help but whisper. His girl is responsible for tying him down. Although it depends on the time and place to play the role, I'm sure it worked once last night. And then it became like this. I just don't know how long it will last. Feng has 7 or 8 chains around him, yet he's still able to let himself loose to this extent. You said that there's no one watching over him, normally. Although this saying isn't very good for the girls in his family, that's what I mean. In fact, I'm also a chain myself, but I can't tie him down most of the time. I can't tie him down even with the right time, place, and people. The young man thought of something and could not help but smile bitterly. To be honest, after seeing the projection of the little guy's uncertain future from her, We all feel that this guy is very similar to her. Quite similar in all aspects, but not to the extent of perfection to the same degree. Now that I look at it, he's a little boy who has surpassed his master. I mean those aspects you mentioned just now. The young man took a sip of tea and nodded. He glanced at the closed palace door. She was also like that. When she was retreating, she was tied down by several people. She almost collapsed a part of the chaotic void before she left, cursing. At that time, the retreat had exceeded the time limit by more than an hour. The little guy seems to be crazier than her. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He whispered in a low voice, "Not a family will not enter the same house." Yin Nuoshing glanced at Hui and the young man who was whispering something sneakily. He thought for a while and felt that since he did not hear it, he did not intend to pay attention to it. He turned his head to look at the palace. There was no movement from the closed palace, and he could not perceive the situation inside. He was still a little worried, but there was no use in worrying now. He could only wait quietly. After being in a daze for half a day, Hui also shifted his attention away from him and continued to listen to the young man's lecture. Shuang felt that she was almost done tidying up. She wanted to go to Sister Bing to continue to receive the inheritance, to go to the lecture. He was now emptying his mind and had nothing to do, mainly because Shuang was staring at him very vigilantly at this moment. She had the intention to immediately rush up and bite him or take him on the spot if he fell into deep thought. Therefore, he was dragged to the lecture by this girl, probably to monitor him. Now that he had nothing to do, it was fine to go for a walk. He had to find something to kill time. When he was not thinking, he always felt that time was passing very slowly. Was this slowing down time and prolonging life? Just after sighing for a while, he was dragged to the front of a palace by Shuang. It was actually the second time he saw this tall and pointed palace. But the last time he saw it, he was stunned and did not look carefully. Looking at it now, its style was like a castle piled up with ice and snow. The whole body was white and blue. Well, the size of the appearance was, as mentioned before. It was not very big, only thousands of feet high. What was really spacious was its internal space. He remembered that when he walked into it last time, he was brought to a boundless grassland space, not a space frozen into a lump of ice. So he did not think of it as the palace of the ice god. As he looked at the palace, Shuang pulled him to open the door. However, the door of the palace was pushed open from the inside first. A girl wearing a luxurious white dress with gold-trimmed patterns and gorgeous hair accessories that Hao Ren did not understand suddenly walked out of the palace. She raised her gray eyes and was stunned for a moment. "Ah, you're here. I was just about to look for you." This should be said to Shuang. But when he looked at Xiao Shi's attire and then looked at Shuang beside her, he was suddenly very curious. He could not help but ask, "Why did you change your attire?" Xiao Shi's hands were naturally crossed. She looked dignified, solemn, and indifferent. It was as if she was wearing a grand attire to attend an important meeting. It did not look awkward. The girl's daily posture made him feel that there was nothing wrong with her in this attire. Xiao Shi replied indifferently. Sister Bing changed. Yun Nuoshing was suddenly enlightened. He could not help but ask, "Is Sui Qing okay?" Xiao Shi slightly raised her head and thought for a moment. She decided to give an abstract answer. 70% mental exhaustion. It seemed that he was about to pass out. Lin Sanjiu did not know which was the greater joy of seeing Her Eminence again, or the weariness of being tormented by Her Eminence. Well, she had already seen it once, so it should be the latter. Xiao Shi led them to walk in the palace made of ice and snow. The way they walked this time was different from the way they went to the grassland last time. The deeper they went, the thicker the breath of the ice and snow. The chill on Shuang's body also became heavier. There were more and more ice crystals and snowflakes floating, just like that. Ahem. Yun Nuoshing glanced at Xiaoshu's face, who was walking beside him. How was yesterday? Seeing your goddess again. Xiaoshu's expression changed slightly. She opened her mouth a few times, as if she wanted to say something, but she did not seem to know what to say. But looking at her, it was possible that she was overwhelmed with emotions. Perhaps she could not calm down for the whole day. It was just that her facial paralysis prevented others from seeing the change in her expression. In fact, this feeling was quite complicated. The people in front of them were just the shadows of the deceased. Even if these shadows were real, how would it affect them? He did not know. To him, he did not know them at all. So, he might not think it was a big deal. Well, it did not affect them much. But what about them? Suddenly, he felt a little worried. This feeling was similar to when a family member had passed away, and after many years, they inadvertently found some words and records that they had kept in the corner of the house. The box of memories that had been closed for a long time suddenly poured out like a flood. Just some words and records were already like this. Then, when their shadows really appeared and could talk. Well, although he was a little worried, he should not be too nervous. After all, they were not the kind of people who would not let him go. Otherwise, they would have a more concrete reaction after seeing Luo Ying. In fact, they did not have any strong emotional fluctuations in the first 2 days after they came back. So, this time, there should not be any problem. Me too. I don't know what to say. It feels good to be able to see your goddess again. Even if it's just a small accident. It's still very... Xiaoshu suddenly replied. Her voice was a little soft. She wanted to say something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not express the words that were hidden in her heart. Anyway, I'm very excited. Yun Nuoshing patted her on the shoulder. Don't think about those things for the time being. Just talk about the old days with them. Life is still long. After this farewell, we don't know when we will meet again. If you want to act coquettishly, you can do so. If you want to speak your mind, you can say it. If you feel wronged, you can also say it. If you miss it, there will be no chance. Xiaoshu suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. He was stunned. She reached out to grab his hand and put it on her head. Here. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Then use your hand to rub it twice. Soft hair, comfortable to the touch. It's unfamiliar to the touch. Xiaoshu tilted her head and looked puzzled. Qing said that she would feel something, but I don't think I feel anything. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Did she say that because he accidentally touched her head last time? When Shuang saw this, she also pulled his hand and placed it on her head, rubbing it with a satisfied expression. I'm used to this. It feels very smooth. It doesn't feel stiff or awkward. After fooling around for a while, they passed through the door at the end of the corridor. Outside the door was an empty world wrapped in silver, solid ice covered, and formed a continent. It looked a little like the space they had just frozen, but it was obviously more complete here. Other than the things they had seen before, there were also some geometric objects made of solid ice floating in the sky, rolling slowly and disorderly. Sister Bing's eternally frozen Earth is the same as the ice field created in the concept space. Originally, there were more creations here, covering the entire eternally frozen Earth. Xiaoshu said softly. Yun Nuoshing wanted to talk about the fragments. Well, forget it. It's not too late to talk about it when we return to the concept space. He was already looking forward to what kind of strange creations would come out of it. Every single one of them would be a great creation. If he used them all at once, he would probably be able to blast the chaos concept body a few hundred times and then break through its defense, and Shuang Shuang suddenly tugged at his hand, causing him to tremble. He turned his head and saw the girl's eyes twinkling as she stared at him. Her smiling face made him shudder, and he quickly suppressed the thoughts that had just appeared in his mind. Seeing Little Star immediately adjust, Shuang Shuang sighed softly and said to herself, "Little Star, I really can't not look at him for even a moment." Yun Nuoxing's forehead was sweating. It seems that I can't think too much during this period. I have to wait until I return to the observer space to deal with anything." He still had a lot of urgent things to deal with, and time did not allow him to be in a daze. However, those could be discussed after he returned. During this period of time in the continent of origin, he would not be tormented until he took a break. Although there were still many things that he did not understand after the conversation, there was nothing he could do about it. Cold, fresh air, mixed with the smell of the origin energy in the air, it was the breath of the ice goddess. He looked at the pure, white world covered with ice and snow with a little curiosity. This was her primeval territory, a reactivated primeval territory. The entrance appeared out of thin air on a slightly flat, mountainous terrain. Ahead was a long landslide that went straight to the bottom of the valley. Continuing forward was a slope that was not too high. Conservatively speaking, if he accelerated downwards, he should be able to fly out from the top. On both sides, he could see the continuous mountains. The large and small geometrical objects floating in the sky shot a dazzling light through the geometrical objects, and the shadows cast on the ground seemed to have some kind of meaning. In sight, there was a snowy appearance. Whether it was the mountains, valleys, or icebergs, there were many plants and trees that seemed to have absorbed the power of ice and snow to grow. They also looked like sculptures cast by ice crystals reflecting the sunlight. The branches of the tall trees were covered with crystal-clear icicles, which should be able to cause less than or equal to the damage of a scratch. Running on the trunk, the icicles were densely packed and smashed down. If it was an ordinary person, they might have been directly carried out. Shuang Shuang squatted on the ground and plucked an ice crystal-like flower that bloomed very brightly. She tied his long hair and pinned it on his head. Then she pulled Little She and pointed at Little Star's hair and laughed. Little Star took a look and shook his head. "It's not suitable." As he spoke, he plucked 2 icicles from the side and hung them on Little Star's hair. Then he divided his long hair into clumps and hung the icicles on them. Shuang Shuang tied his long hair with ice flowers. After a while, the 2 girls walked around him and nodded in satisfaction. Together, they held a large ice crystal mirror in front of him. Yun Nuoxing glanced at it and smiled bitterly. "It's like some kind of ghost that crawled out of an ice hole." Ignoring the icicles that made clanking sounds when he walked, he looked around the ice field for a while and did not see anyone. He turned to look at the 2 girls. "Where are they? Aren't they here? They should be in the depths of the domain. The gods are all here." Little Star looked in another direction and pulled him forward. Although the long valley slide at the entrance looked fun, but what the hell? How could there be such a thing in the primeval domain? It was more for entertainment than practicality. Well, since it was someone else's primeval domain, it did not matter how she dealt with it. Anyway, the primeval gods were all optimists, except for a few who had very different styles. In the thousands of miles of frozen world, even the plants that were full of ice crystals appeared cold and lifeless. Moreover, they were in the same domain. It should not be a good place to talk. However, for a group of outsiders who had ignored all kinds of environmental conditions, even if they were to take a bath in lava, it would not affect their conversation. The reason they were here was because Shuang Shuang's reason. Little Star answered straightforwardly. Origin life forms are very rare, especially those that have completely stabilized. The gods are very interested in them. Shuang Shuang is Sister Bing's successor, so they are all gathered here. In short, they were all gathered together to chat and chat. The scenery in the world of ice and snow was also very nice. Walking around with the two girls and chatting from time to time, it was very pleasant. He also wanted to pull down one of the geometric objects floating in the sky to have a look. However, when he remembered that someone was waiting for them, he did not dawdle on the way, lest the playful ice goddess dragged the three of them over to torture. Sui Qing had been tortured to the point of wanting to die. With some tragic memories, he did not want to be a plaything. The place that Xiao Shi brought them to was a bit like the huge ice field that he saw when he woke up. It was surrounded by ice peaks, like a basin. The ice surface was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror. Yes, it was really a mirror. The ice surface reflected the reflection of the three of them. He had to say that it was fortunate that the two girls were wearing long and well-made clothes, so that they would not have lowered their heads and seen something that they should not have seen. This was also the place with the densest frost aura in the domain. From his energy senses, he could tell that there was a weak energy storm blowing over this basin, and above it, all the energy in the domain would gather here from all directions, and then be thrown out again as if it was disrupted, forming a cycle of energy flow. This cycle was as irregular as a convulsion. At this moment, in this place that seemed to be the center of the domain, a large group of people in white light gathered and sat casually on the tables and chairs made of ice. On the other side, there were a few people hanging or sitting on the trees. There were also some lying on the ice pillars. More than 100 people gathered here like a party. Siyu, Blue Phoenix, and Yuanji were also here. Looking at this scene, he immediately felt strange. He now had a feeling that as soon as he showed up, he would be strung up. The fear from the last experience had not subsided until now. Ah, Little Star is here. The first one to notice his arrival was Siyu. This girl's shout caused the 100 over people here to turn their heads. Then they were all stunned. The few people who were hanging on the ice trees swayed and almost fell down. Siyu, who had just rushed to little Xingxing happily, was stunned. She saw that his hair was tied up with icicles covered with ice vines and even had ice flowers tied to them. It was as if an ice vine had become a spirit. Her gaze became a little strange. Little Xingxing, did you just climb out of the ice hole? Yun Nuoxing could not help but turn his head to look at Shuang Shuang, but the two of them had already turned their heads away before he could turn his head. He smiled bitterly. It's nothing. Ahem, what are you all doing here? We're waiting for you. Siyu immediately forgot about his strange appearance and pulled him forward with a smile. I got something fun. I just asked she to call you. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Wait, didn't she go to find Shuang Shuang? What does that have to do with me? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He glanced at the heavenly origin gods around him and saw that they were all sitting up. They were all glowing, indicating that they were all very energetic. Seeing this, he felt a strong sense of unease. Siyu smiled mysteriously and pulled him to a block of ice that was framed with colorful energy crystals. Ignoring the bloated bottom half of the block, the front half looked like a full-length mirror. There was a chair in front of the mirror, and Blue Phoenix was sitting on the chair, waving at him with a smile. Blue Phoenix's appearance appeared in the mirror. However, behind her in the mirror, there was a scarlet-pink shadow that seemed to be cast from flowing flames. It was her other form, the form of a phoenix, that she had almost never changed. This is a mirror that can reflect one's true nature. Siyu pointed at the mirror and smiled. It was made by Big Sister Bing. Well, just from the first part of the sentence, it was quite obvious who had created this mirror. However, This strange mirror, in addition to the fact that the heavenly origin gods were so curious that they were climbing down from the pillars and trees in an attempt to get closer, to take a look. He didn't really want to get too close. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and took 2 steps back. I don't want to play. Just as he took 2 steps back, he felt something cold on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw a white figure with a half-meter-long ahog on her head pushing him forward. She was making a strange sound as she pushed him forward. No, this is specially prepared for you. We are all waiting for you. Yun Nuoshing immediately struggled violently. I don't want to. Everything you've made is just to torment me. This thing is no exception. I don't want to go. Shuang, let go of me. See you, Blue Phoenix, you. Whose side are you on? Speaking of which, don't you all know my true nature? Why? Oh, I don't want to go. After struggling for a long time, Yun Nuoshing was half-hugged and half-pressed into a chair by the 3 girls. As soon as he sat down, he saw the ice mirror in front of him move. His pretty face instantly turned pale, and he immediately screamed in his heart, "My life is over." None of those strange phenomena happened. His appearance first appeared on the ice mirror, and then it immediately distorted rapidly. It was as if a layer of wind and snow had washed over him. Then, the image in the ice mirror quickly changed. There was no reflection of a person or object. It was as if he was looking directly at a whirlpool. It was a whirlpool made of pure white air and clouds. The background was endless and deep darkness. The whirlpool gradually became denser from the outside to the inside, as if something was gathering at the center. Oh, it's really like this. The ice sister with a hog hair walked behind him and crossed her arms over his head. She bent down slightly to look at the image of the white whirlpool on the black background. She sighed in an expected tone. Although I did expect it, it's inevitable that I feel a little distressed when I see it. A chaotic, formless source. Oh, this is troublesome. It's not easy. What do you mean? Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief when he did not see any fatal abnormalities. Then he rolled his eyes and glanced at her. You all know my true nature. Why do you need to confirm it? Because there is an abnormality. The Ahog god lowered her hand and pinched his face. He explained, "Yesterday she told us about the guardian and the alarm clock. She wanted to change the method, to see the situation again, but it seems that she failed." Yun Nuoshing said, "Oh, yesterday I repeated the cause and effect, existence erasure, essence over and over again, but I didn't understand the cause and effect. What's the result?" The dorky god shrugged. The essence that is directly projected belongs to the unformed state of chaos, and there is no way to pry into anything. But as far as we thought before, perhaps it has nothing to do with your essence. We just want to check it again, with peace of mind. Yun Nuoshing was in a daze for a while. That means the Ahog god spread her hands and sighed. It's a waste of effort. Don't worry. If there is something abnormal, we can definitely find it. Be patient. Chapter 2041. Regardless of the cause and effect of an event, there would always be a clear source for an event or an individual. The source of an event would be the moment when it happened. If the chain of events was pushed back to the very beginning, or to the moment when the creator of the event had just thought of it, then the individual would naturally be the moment when he or she crawled out of his or her mother's womb. It could also be pushed back for a period of time. I won't go into too much detail, but I'll just say this. For everyone here, their source was clearly placed there. The origin heavenly god source was at the beginning of the chaos era, when the greater Yuan realm truly split the world apart. Everyone else could easily find their source. And even Frost, who was now a life form of the origin, had memories of when she was growing up as a normal person. In short, Everyone was a normal person, and the abnormal had a normal source, although the memory would take a long time. And one would have to cross the river of time that was close to eternity. They would eventually reach the end and see the scene that was closely related to them. Then, why was it that he couldn't figure it out from top to bottom? In terms of uniqueness, he was not as special as the Origin heavenly God and the others. So why? Well, in short, it was very strange. God knew what he had experienced. He had thought that after meeting the Origin heavenly God and being defined as a derivative of nothingness and origin, his journey of tracing his source had finally come to an end. For a period of time, he had really let go of this matter and stopped thinking about it. But this time, when he came in and the young man said, "Well, you two touched hands," and things became a little ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Well, in fact, when he traced his source, he had indeed missed the exploration of his own source. He only knew what he was, but did not delve deeper into the specific situation. He did not know when he had rolled from the origin to the void of order, and did not know how he had wandered around in the mythological era to be killed by them and the chaos concept body with a single slap. This was simply a death by joining in the fun. It did not matter if he knew this part of the situation, because he did not even have any memory fragments left. The only memory he had left was Sienine, and she was still alive and well. He could have ignored the rest, as there were no memory fragments to extend forward. What was there to pursue, right? But since there was an accident, he had to continue the pursuit. What had happened between him and them? Or rather, between him and her? What had happened in the 33rd era? Something must have happened before the 33rd era. There was a precondition that could even hide from him and the heavenly God of Origin at that time, allowing them to achieve the absurd situation of having cause and effect, but not having cause and effect. In the end, what the hell? How could he know what had happened? How could he know when his memory was so cleanly destroyed? Speaking of which, was there really such a thing? A person or person who could remove something related to them from the heavenly God of Origin's hands? Even the chaos concept body could not do it. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not delve into this nonsense. Anyway, looking at the course of his life, it was a long, undulating history of disasters and sufferings. That was really the end of his life. The great Yuan realm did not let him go even once. This group of, what were they doing? After they had seen his essence, they were now discussing his essence, strange things and messy things. Siyu and the others were sitting at the side and listening attentively. Suifeng and Brother Lei were also squatting on the chairs and listening attentively. Where was Suifeng? Speaking of which, when he first came in, he did not see Suifeng. He shook his head and finally saw Suifeng beside Xiao Shi and the others. TSK. This girl is so dirty that she almost blends into the background. I really did not recognize her at first glance. Her long hair is suddenly dyed ice blue. This ice blue headdress, earrings, necklace, and thick ice blue dress makes her look like an incomparably luxurious ice sculpture. At first glance, I would think that a lady from a noble family is getting married. Looking at her face, well, her blue starry eyes have lost their brilliance, and there is a silent and stiff faint smile on her pretty face. It seems that she has been tormented by that silly god to the point that her spirit is about to collapse. He thought for a moment and realized that if he put on this dress, he would not be able to get rid of it completely without using any destructive or unconventional means. On the other hand, Suifeng might have been tormented for a longer time. What was he thinking just now? Karma? Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. There is no point in talking about it anymore. Let's change the direction. His multicolored eyes stared at the mirror made of ice. The swirl of white clouds on a black background was still spinning slowly, reflecting him. This was his essence, the amorphous, chaotic cloud of the Origin Junior High, which was him now. Perhaps it was because he was always in an amorphous, chaotic state that it was normal for him to change into anything. He thought that he would show his human form at this moment, but he did not expect that his essence was still his essence. Had he not changed from the beginning to the end? Suddenly, he was a little curious about how the original him condensed from the swirl of the Origin Junior High into this form. He remembered the other him he saw in the mirror, the one who was a mixture of origin and chaos. Would they also be sucked into the Origin Junior High and fused into one? No, of course not. They existed independently, just like the 196 origin energies. They mixed and existed independently, and the one who was mixed and died was only him, the carrier. That was the path he chose in the origin chaos. Although he had reached the end of the origin chaos evolution and stopped after mixing with the original light, he had not reached the end of the path. He had also stopped any further plans because he was a little uncertain. He did not know what would happen if he continued using the annihilation energy. Speaking of which, he had unknowingly been entangled with 3 types of annihilation energy. The source of those guys' power could not be eliminated. After all, it was a path he had chosen. He had never explored the annihilation energy from the start, mainly because he was afraid that something would happen. If he accidentally got too excited playing with the annihilation energy and suddenly declared his intention to join the chaos void, he would be done for. The chaos laws were well coordinated due to the original light and would not cause a ruckus. As for the order of chaos, forget it. He could not play with that. Once he played with it, he would just pass it. Forget about using the chaos laws and the order of chaos. He did not plan to switch his entire body to the order of chaos. The power of chaos. He gently pressed his hand on the ice mirror in front of him. Previously, he seemed to have said that since most of the underworld maintained order, then, to deal with them, the power of chaos was also necessary, right? Using order against order would not be as effective as using chaos against order. It was time to continue on the path of stagnation. While he was still on the shattered continent of Origin, where the origin energy was the most active, he should be able to suppress the power of chaos. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. If he could take a few steps forward, he would take a few steps forward. Then, let's begin. Even though he had unknowingly promised Shuang that he would take a break during this period of time. But, as expected, the nerves in his brain would drift away if he wasn't careful. It was probably because he couldn't stay idle. There were too many things to do, and if that girl wanted to punish him, then he would wait until then. Speaking of which, shouldn't he leave this place first? There were too many people here, so if he suddenly roared, it wouldn't cause them to have a reaction, right? What if they did not see him accurately and slapped him away? Wouldn't that be a wrongful death? Forget it. He had already started moving. On the surface of the ice mirror, the white clouds were slowly dyed with a dull gray color. There seemed to be something wriggling in the dark reflection. In a trance, he seemed to see his own shadow slowly emerging, as if revealing a corner of his essence, telling him what was going on. Well, actually, he did not understand anything. He did not know what it meant. Yes, he did not know. He was just changing his form. Now, with the descent of chaos, the dull, gray energy surged into his soul. He brought this energy along with his consciousness to the origin. Hopefully, he would be fine when he returned. The sudden and intense reaction of chaos energy shocked everyone who was talking. They jumped up abruptly. If they didn't know that it was impossible for chaos to attack them in this place, they might have taken out all kinds of weapons. Now that they turned around, they saw the little guy standing in front of the mirror. His entire body was surging with boiling chaos energy. Moreover, there were 3 types of chaos energy. They were shocked and relieved. Oh, they were also a little confused. They knew that the little fellow had chaos energy. He had been hiding it well. Other than when he let the origin of chaos evolve, he did not seem to have taken the initiative to use it. Now that he suddenly switched to the chaos form, they did not know what he was trying to do. In the chaos form, the chaos energy occupies the soul and still maintains order. The power that belongs to us hibernates in the depths of the soul. Together with the original light, it protects the soul from being eroded by the chaos energy. The Ahog god looked at him and said slowly. The Ahog on his head turned a few times. Suddenly, he laughed. This little fellow is really interesting, but why did he suddenly switch to the chaos form? Is he itching for a practice? Everyone thought carefully about the true meaning of practice. It was basically to watch him tear down the house. Where is Big Sis? Is she not done yet? Your little inheritor seems to be up to something. Hurry up and save the day. Then, under their gaze, the little fellow retreated to a chair and sat down. He closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was brewing the chaos energy. His soul and consciousness floated out. He probably did not intend to go on a rampage. That made everyone feel relieved. They were just about to pounce on the little fellow who seemed to be about to get into trouble. Little Xiao suddenly understood. Ling is planning to explore the power of chaos. He said before that since most of the underworld still maintained order, it is not impossible to use the power of chaos to deal with them. But it is the same the other way around. Sui Qing's teacher could not help but say, "Isn't that too risky?" "Risky, of course it is." Sui Feng looked at Maple, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, and smiled bitterly. After a few eras together, he deeply understood Maple's thoughts. But he never thought about others beating him up from the start. He only cares about beating people up. In Maple's most extreme state, when he has complete control of the situation, it would be difficult for others to beat him up except for the chaos concept body. The Lord of the Underworld and other peak primeval existences should be able to do it. But to be honest, Maple's defense and attack are about the same when he is in rule, concept, energy form. Brother Lei also shrugged. In any case, Brother Feng only thinks about how to push the opponent into nothingness and origin and beat them to death. It's basic. It's very normal. We're already used to it. The gods of origin were speechless. Big Sis's inheritor. He really has the same style as her. Little Star has tried it before, but it is said that it is not difficult to use the power of chaos under normal conditions. The difficult part is to explore the power of chaos under those conditions. Siyu grabbed Blue Phoenix's arm and swung it as she recalled what Little Star had told them. It seems that because this body is not of the order of chaos, it is necessary to resist the erosion of chaos to explore the power of chaos. Now that we are busy with many things, we do not have time to deal with things that affect our state. We will talk about it later. The Ahog god suddenly understood. I see. If that is the case, we don't have to worry about those things if we study in the place where the power is the most concentrated. Then, shall we go and take a look? The group of people gladly agreed and sneakily moved closer. They moved chairs and nestled in a circle. They all looked at the little guy who seemed to be sleeping on the chair. The Ahog god moved closer to look at the mirror and whispered to everyone, "Look at his nature." Oh, I saw it already. A young man in plain clothes pulled out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. He stared at the mirror for a long time and frowned slightly. Has his essence transformed into chaos? Then he turned to Sui Qing, who was slightly revived. "Qing, look at me. Do I match? Sui Qing pushed aside the headwear that was blocking her vision and glanced at her teacher. Then she sighed and looked at Sister Bing. Will Feng Ling be okay? Nothing will happen. The Aho god waved his hand and laughed. He looked around and whispered proudly, "We will guard this place. If little Ling Ling's chaos energy dares to come out and cause trouble, I will eat it raw." Siyu whispered to Blue Phoenix and Shuang Shuang. Little Star has another strange nickname. Shuang Shuang was a little annoyed. "Oh, I didn't keep watch, and Little Star went again." Shuang Shuang. "Oh, Shuang Shuang, your cultivation is still shallow." Siyu sighed and tugged at her long hair. Her eyes were full of pity. "You will know when you cultivate for tens of thousands of years. As long as you want to keep watch on Little Star," Shuang Shuang blinked, "you will be able to keep watch on him. You will find that you can never keep watch on him." Siyu smiled bitterly. "And the more you keep watch on him, the more he will slip to who knows where. Am I right, Blue Phoenix?" "Yes." Feng Qinghuang smiled and nodded. She was playing with a toy that she got from the girl. It was made of 2 pyramids. She used her origin energy to play with it for a while. When she felt tired, she pressed it down and looked at Little Star. "How is it? There's no movement." Siyu braided her hair and raised her head to look at Little Xingxing. Right now, there were 3 origin heavenly goddess, including Sister Bing, circling around Little Xingxing. They did not know what they were doing, but they probably would not harm Little Xingxing, so they could relax. Oh, the chaos state of the origin is originally a pure state. It will be tainted with order or chaos because of its own subjective consciousness. The Aho god looked at Ice Mirror, the tuft of hair on its head moving around to attract everyone's attention. It was in a state of order just now, and now it has become chaos. So that's what the purest creation of the origin means. To little Ling Ling, order and chaos are not important. They are both insignificant existences. Whether it is order or chaos, they are just labels on him. In fact, as long as he removes the label, he will return to his original state. Sui Qing whispered, "So that's his origin form." It should be. No, it shouldn't be. Little Ling Ling's origin form is just maximizing the power of the origin to attach to his body. It will take a lot of effort to completely return to the pure state of the origin. The Aho god shook its head and pulled on a part of its long hair that had turned gray. After all, he is now deeply affected by order, so he will be corroded by chaos. The situation of purity. I'm not too sure. Little Ling Ling is a special case of the origin. If we want to explore it, we will need his cooperation. Let's not disturb him for now. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. Siyu and the rest covered their mouths and could not bear to look at her. She pressed her claw into Shaoling's stomach and dug around for a while. She pulled out a long sword that looked like it was made of light, and a long sword that looked like it was made of surging dark clouds. "I haven't seen you for a while. Even the Dark Curse poem." "Oh, right, you saw Luo Ying not long ago. That child gave her the Dark Curse poem." Siyu put down the hand that was pinching her face and asked nervously, "Will the Dark Curse poem affect anything?" It won't affect anything. It's just that when little Ling Ling continues to explore in her chaos form, they will still stay in her soul and hinder her progress. Let's take them out first." The Aho god swung the 2 long swords made of energy and looked them up and down for a while before letting out a soft sigh. Then it threw the 2 long swords to another person. "Little soldier, these 2 are broken. Take them and fix them." Broken? The god of arms took the rhythm of light and the Dark Curse poem in his hand and studied them for a while. The light on his body dimmed a little, and he sighed helplessly. The effect of the soul's silence. The The structure is indeed damaged. Even the concept level structure is almost empty. It's not easy to fix either. There's no way to awaken the dormant soul now. A certain god in a bamboo hat subconsciously said, "Doesn't the little one have our world core? That concept level space can't be fixed." The 12 creations of the third generation cannot be fixed with the concept level space. The god of arms sighed and looked at him, a little speechless. From the start, we have treated them as special life forms. They are also our children with their own souls and consciousness. The concept level space can't handle the restoration of souls. Have you gone senile? He pressed his bamboo hat down a few times and laughed bitterly. "I really forgot. TCH, I didn't ask you to completely fix them." The Ahog god waved his hand and crouched down to continue studying Shaoling. Suddenly, he took out some makeup tools, causing Sui Qing's body to stiffen and her breathing to stagnate as she awkwardly took a few steps back. The dormant soul must have been injured when we fought the chaos concept body and helped to suppress it in recent years. It's not that easy to awaken it. Besides, they're tired, let them rest. Since Shaoling just wants to attack at full power, we just have to repair them to the point where they can use their normal power. We don't even need to repair concept level powers because they can't be used. At this stage, concept level powers can be complemented by the staff of origin and the staff of creation. The Ahoy god chuckled as his hands danced on Shaoling's face. His smile gradually turned perverted. "Aya, I've wanted to do this for a long time. If not for Big Sister by Shaoling's side, he. The heavenly gods of origin were speechless. You'd better stop before Big Sister is free, or you'll be buried at the bottom of the lake as a corpse." This love-struck laughter. "Look at how scared Sui Qing is." "Aha, guys, what are you playing at?" A loud voice suddenly rang out from the icy plains. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw a guy carrying a shield and his family's inheritor come over. "Why is it so lively here? Oh, what's wrong with the little one? Why did she suddenly enter the chaos concept body? Should we prepare to save her in the sanctuary of creation? Is it still the same bed?" When Siyu and the others heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. The moment he opened his mouth, he said that he was trying to save them. The bed was already familiar with the situation. They seemed to know where little Xingxing's resentment came from when he said those words. Every time he came in, he would suffer. If he wasn't strung up, he would be moved around. He was probably already familiar with the situation. Hui yawned and hurriedly went up to Siyu and the rest. "What's wrong with your little star? Why is she suddenly like this? How many things have I missed out on?" It's okay. There's no need to be so surprised." The bamboo hat god took off his bamboo hat and fanned himself as he explained, "Our power is the strongest in this place, and the little one is taking the opportunity to study the power of chaos. It's just that she didn't let us know, which gave us a fright." Hearing this, the young man said, "Oh," and walked up to them unhurriedly. He looked at the little one who had been beautified to the point where she was frowning with worry. After a moment of silence, he said, "You guys are doing something crazy when she's not here, right?" The heavenly gods of origin hurriedly shook their heads and moved the tables and chairs back a distance away. They waved their hands vigorously and said, No, this has nothing to do with us. This is all Little Star's doing. We're just onlookers. I hereby solemnly declare that I am deaf and blind. I didn't hear or see anything. What Little Star said and did has nothing to do with me. If there is an accident, it's purely an accident." The young man shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that everyone had moved back 7 or 8 meters, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I didn't say anything I just asked a question. Siyu and the rest went up to Sui Qing and her teacher and asked curiously, Little Star uses the power of chaos. Don't you guys feel repulsed? Repulsed? The bamboo hat god was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Siyu and shook the bamboo hat in his hand. What's there to be repulsed about? Isn't this question just a stupid question about the righteous and evil in the world? I don't even need to answer this question. I can just ask you guys directly. Your family's, what's her name again? Little Ling Ling. Just use this. Your family's little Ling Ling is always going back and forth between order and chaos. Why don't I see you guys running away in panic? He suddenly opened his hands. Come, tell me your most sincere answer. Just as everyone was thinking about how to answer, Siyu immediately answered with a smile. Because she's Little Star. What a simple answer filled with emotions. The bamboo hat god was stunned for a moment before he laughed lightly. Order and chaos, in the end, are just two trends after the birth of the primordial realm. Going down, it's the power of two trends. That's all. What we see and encounter are just lives and individuals themselves. The things we touch are also corresponding to the individual, and not purely based on power or a certain concept. Of course, what did little Ling Ling say? The group of chaos on the other side deserves to die, and so does the group of idiots who joined the order of chaos. Generally speaking, this is the philosophy we have been fighting for more than 300 eras. Just like how order is against chaos, chaos will also be against order. But there are exceptions to everything, isn't there? Just like that little angel girl. She's chaos, but she chose order. Is there a conflict of identity? Is there a conflict of innate positions? There's no conflict. As long as there's no enmity or a fight immediately upon meeting, then there's no problem. The enmity between order and chaos is innate, although it's already at this stage and anger and hatred have been unleashed. We're not the kind of people who kill everything indiscriminately. When we went on an expedition to the void of chaos, we didn't directly exterminate the chaos beings we found there. There's no need to do so, unless they want to cause trouble. These answers are already in your hearts, aren't they? Why ask them again? Siyu stuck out her tongue and pulled Qing, Huang a little bashfully. Because it's you guys, the worry that comes from not knowing. Well, I think many people will feel the same way. Sui Feng made the most straightforward comment. If there's a chance, when you get familiar with each other, you'll know that the venerable gods are actually a bunch of indecent people. Otherwise, why would they teach such a bunch of unreliable people like us? The venerable god in the bamboo hat gave them both a thumbs up. If they could see his face, they would see that he was laughing heartily. Regarding this, everyone's comment was, birds of a feather flock together. We suddenly thought of a problem. They had now joined the big family of the origins. But considering that they were already unreliable and indecent from a long time ago, well, he could now announce that this bunch of indecent and unreliable people had joined the highest standard of indecent life gathering. This was the taste of home. Chapter 2042. The rest of their time in the broken continent of origin was relatively peaceful. They were brought here by accident, but this accident came at the right time. For them, a group of unreliable inheritors, there was nothing more important than listening to the teachings of the heavenly god of origin and the others. Anyway, there was nothing more important at the moment. The most important thing was Maple's advancement into the primeval realm, but it was obvious that this matter was blocked and there was no room for discussion. Although the disappearance of a group of people without a word might worry the people at the Void front line. Probably not. Little Greenie would be able to keep an eye on the situation. Well, it was no big news for them to have an accident on their side anyway. It would be more worrying if nothing happened after a while because it meant that something bigger was brewing, and when the time came, it would blow up 3 times in a row. Time passed quietly. Time passed quietly. Other than the occasional gathering, everyone was working hard on their origin energy. Feng and the other three seemed to be trying to reach 60%. As for the rest, they were not in a hurry. They would be able to catch up after some time. Although time passed quietly, it had only been 2 days since they came to the broken continent of origin. However, in these 2 days, he felt like he had been working for 2 months. He felt like he had never worked so hard before. Well, that was probably the truth. Normally, Maple was the one who was busy, and he was the assistant. The path to the primeval stage was also blocked because of the seal, so he could not rush it. Looking at it from top to bottom, he was basically a person who had nothing to do. However, ever since he obtained the origin energy, he had been busy. He also understood why Maple was so busy all day long, and wished that he could use 1 day as a year. Working on the origin energy was really time-consuming. Oh, that's right. Maple's little angel girl had come out. They weren't worried about this at all. Since Maple's goddess had personally taken action, there shouldn't be any problems. And the result was just as they expected. After 1 day, that little angel girl was now emitting a pure aura of order. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be any changes. Siyu circled the little angel twice and pinched her spread wings. He looked at her up and down. There really isn't any change at all. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any exaggerated changes after completing such a big thing, right? Then it will cause some commotion, such as some crackling or rumbling sounds. The little angel's gently flapping wings froze. She looked at Siyu in horror. Are you trying to set me off like a firework? No, I just feel that there should be some movement. Siyu pulled her arm and smiled. The young man glanced at the little angel and turned to the little angel who was covering her mouth as if she was yawning. He whispered, "So smooth? I thought it would be more difficult." After a long while, she exhaled and looked at the little angel and calmly replied, "The road ahead has already been paved. She's just 1 step away. I'm just providing a suitable and safe way to help her." The path ahead. Oh, the young man murmured. She had been around the little one for a long time and had already been tainted with their breath. Coupled with her own progress in seeking this result, she had long been prepared. She was already at the end of the road and only needed the last step to cross the threshold to change from chaos to order. Well, actually, they had their own way, but the little one was not too willing to gamble after encountering such a thing. So they just let her be prepared all the time until she was really ready to cross that step. Now that there was a better way here, naturally, there was no need to worry about that. She looked around and did not see him. She then asked the person beside her, "Where is he?" "Oh, he's—" The young man was about to answer, but he suddenly paused. He covered his forehead with his hand and took a deep breath. She also felt strange seeing him like this. "What's wrong?" The little one is, at." The young man smiled bitterly and shuddered for a while. He did not know what he was thinking. After a while, he decided to tell the truth. He raised his hand and pointed at a place. "He is at the ice field. Well, at Bing Bing's place." She was slightly stunned. After a few seconds of silence, the young man was so scared that he was sweating all over. She then said, "Why is he at her place?" It's like this." After briefly explaining the situation of the 2 days that she and the angel girl were missing, the young man spread his hands. "In short, we did not move the little one. We also looked at him for the whole day yesterday. When we felt that there was nothing wrong, we dismissed ourselves. Only Bing Bing and her new child were left there to look after him. After that, we went to check on the situation once in a while. We heard that you were done, so we thought to come and have a look." To be honest, she felt a little strange when she heard that he was left at the place of that immoral and somewhat ridiculous guy. Based on their more than 300 eras of familiarity, she did not even need to think much to know how he would be treated when he was left there while meditating. However, she continued to stare at the young man and was silent for a while. Since they did not intend to stop it, it could be considered as a deliberate move. She let out a long sigh and walked towards the table and chairs in the manor. "As long as you are happy, just don't wake me up when he wakes up and finds that his appearance has changed and wants to tear something." The young man smiled bitterly. "It's really not. It's because of that guy. He can't stop it alone, and everyone is obviously going to watch the show. What can he do? He can only look and clap his hands and cover his eyes to show that he is blind. I don't think so. Look at how grand he is every day, as if he is going to the auditorium. I don't think he cares about this, right? Probably. What if?" Seeing the young man walking down the stairs with her, Hui was puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with it?" "Oh, it's nothing. It has nothing to do with the angel girl. I'm thinking about the little one." The young man smiled and waved his hand. "About Maple?" Hui sat down casually and poured a cup of tea. He then turned around and looked at them curiously. After 2 days of contact, he was completely aware that the gods of origin were just like the ones he had met in the past 2 days. They were not as rigid, serious as he remembered. Instead of talking about how to kill chaos, the gods of origin preferred to sit down and chat with the children, talk about the things of their era, and pay attention to the mental health and growth of the children and the new children. At the same time, they all expressed their headaches to a certain observer. Maple's existence is a ridiculous anomaly. There's no one else who can make all 146 heavenly gods of origin feel headaches at the same time. This situation is truly unprecedented and will never be repeated again. Well, the gods of origin said it themselves. Yesterday, Sui Qing's teacher said, "The Deyuan realm and order have been born for more than 300 eras, and we have never seen a guy who makes us feel a headache like this. No wonder he is the inheritor of Big Sister. He is just like her. No, he is even more troublesome than her." Then, a group of white shadow people nodded vigorously. Suddenly, there was only light and shadow left on the scene. Hui and the others' expressions became funny. In other words, he felt that Maple was more of a headache than the chaos concept body in the hearts of the origin heavenly god and the others. Well, the former was a bigger headache than the latter, and it was a bigger headache than the latter. Well, in short, they were indeed a group of optimists. Moreover, perhaps it was because he had met them across time. He did not feel that they were as strict as Sui Feng and the others usually said. Instead, he could see that they could not wait to teach them everything at once. But they were a group of weaklings with limited brain capacity, so they could only do it step by step. The young man could not help but smile bitterly under Huey's gaze. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's not a big problem. We will take care of him. Don't worry. Compared to this, have you all lost your mind? Shouldn't you, deal with the next step? Oh, it's time. Hurry up." "See you," exclaimed as soon as she heard that. She dragged the little angel and blue phoenix and ran toward the ice field, leaving only the three of them sitting there. Hui could not help but feel a little stressed when facing 2 gods of origin alone. Ross's inheritor. The young man held his chin and watched Siyu and the others leave. He sighed softly and said, "This little girl is also a headache, although she is not as difficult as that little guy. Is it enough to only rely on the things related to Ross? Even if we help her from the side, we can only help to deal with the parts that are not bound. As for the characteristics and special situations of those parts, Well, we can only let her figure it out herself. Don't worry. She took a sip of tea and calmly replied, if Ross's divine symbol can be repaired, it will naturally be able to make up for the missing part. Oh, that broken staff, the young man said. Suddenly, he reached out and patted Huey's shoulder. Sigh, it's a pity that all of our things have been burned to ashes. There is nothing special or targeted that can be left for you to use. Huey scratched his head and said, I don't think it's a big deal. Originally, I accidentally came here. Well, it was very unexpected. I have been busy dealing with the power of origin. It saved me a lot of time, so I am satisfied. Everything that I have obtained is priceless. After saying that, he laughed dryly and said, it would have been better if I had waited until I reached the higher level before coming here. Sigh, greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This part of greed is not incomprehensible. After all, who would be able to settle down when there are stars of death hanging over their heads? The young man shrugged and said, these things are the mess that we left behind. We feel that it is not appropriate to force you to take over and deal with it. However, since things have come to this, we can only try to help you, even if the extent is limited. So, have you rested well? It is time to move on to the next step. Uft! He turned his head and spat out the tea. He could not see the young man's face, but he had a feeling that the young man was smiling evilly. He could not help but smile bitterly. I haven't… okay, I am ready. Yes, the young man said, don't lie to yourself if you are not ready. No, I am not. Hui took a deep breath and patted his face with both hands. Then he picked up a cup of hot tea and splashed it on his face to wash it. He nodded and said, yes, I am really ready. Okay. The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was also a stubborn child. It was a little forced, but it was still within the acceptable range. Maple had already told them their main goal after coming here. Before they left, they had to do their best. Do their best. Well, there was nothing wrong with saying that. In short, they just had to give it their all. However, listening and digesting the lessons had to be done according to the cycle and time. Even if some things were forced into their minds, they still had to give their minds some time to rest. In their free time, they would wander around the shattered continent of origin. For example, the misty forest in the east that occupied 1/3 of the continent of origin. They would get lost in it for half an hour and return to the entrance or something. After many attempts to confirm that they would not be able to reach the interior, they let out a sigh of relief and gave up on the idea. Even Siyu, who never got tired of getting lost more than a dozen times, gave up on the idea and walked to other places. No wonder Little Star said to never go to that forest. Siyu couldn't help but mutter. The young girl who was walking beside them sighed when she heard that. I told you guys a long time ago. A bunch of stinky men built a strange place like planting trees. There are only clouds and fog inside. You would get lost just by walking 2 steps inside and outside. Who would build such a terrible place? A place where you can't go back once you leave the house. She clapped her hands and shouted to the children, Come, I'll show you the place I built. It's fun there. Shuang couldn't help but say, We've been there before. We only came here after we went there. Is that so? Okay then, Shuang's tone and her shoulders drooped weakly. It was as if she had prepared a surprise with great difficulty and was about to take it out, only to be told that she already knew about it. It was very depressing. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The place that she just prepared was actually already prepared yesterday. They went there to take a look when they were free and relaxed. It had to be said that the scene set up by the young girl was indeed more suitable for normal people to walk around. The dreamy scenery, the cliff, the sea of flowers, the lake, and the river of stars. Little Angel went for a walk and came out. It took her a lot of time just to comb her pair of wings, and they were all covered in petals. The scene set up by the young girl must have millions of flowers. One only needed to take a step inside to see millions of flowers swaying in the wind, sprinkling endless petals. Oh, right. According to the young girl, she actually adjusted the growth rate of the garden so that they could see such a dreamy scene every time. Otherwise, when the wind blew, there would only be a bare patch left. It was very realistic. The rest time passed quickly as they walked around. Perhaps it was because there was one less person beside them, but they could always remember that they didn't come to the broken continent of origin for sightseeing. After a good rest, they had to continue tormenting themselves. Unknowingly, they had also gotten used to this kind of routine. Although it seemed more relaxing to go back and forth between two things as compared to in the observer space, it was actually more torturous. After all, everything here was related to origin. To put it bluntly, they could stay busy in the observer space all the time, but in the continent of origin, they had to stop every once in a while. Otherwise, they would be tortured to death. Time also passed day by day like a spinning top. Unknowingly, they had even forgotten how many days had passed since they accidentally walked into this place. They were so busy that they couldn't remember the time, but it shouldn't be more than 8 days or 10 days. Maple, that guy, would obediently stay there for a few days after he closed his eyes. Every day when they went to check on him, they would see him sitting there in a different pattern. He was just like a rag doll. There was no need to ask. This was definitely someone's masterpiece. They had already gotten used to it and were numb to it. They had never been so worried about Maple's image before. Even Sui Qing couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at Maple. Now, they could only hope that he wouldn't think of anything strange when he woke up. Looking at the swirling and boiling chaos energy that was still changing little by little, it would probably take a lot of time. When she woke up in a daze, what came into her sight was a darkness that isolated her from the surroundings. It was as if she was covered by a small black cover. The visibility was only 5 meters. Beyond 5 meters, it was completely dark. In other words, in a pure dark environment, there was a ray of starlight that was focused on her. She could only see everything within a radius of 5 meters around her. Of course, most of the things that she could see were the ground. Nothing else could be seen. Shuang scratched her long hair that was a little messy from sleep. She looked around the dark scene, took a light breath, and muttered, "Woke up early?" She yawned and lay down. Then she immediately bounced up and looked around carefully. Her eyes widened slightly. The sudden movement startled Siyu, who was sleeping with her arm around Shuang's arm. She also jumped up in a daze and looked around with her eyes closed. "What's wrong? What's wrong? The sky is falling and the earth is sinking. Little star exploded. Shuang. Little star is fine. Let's not talk about this. Look here." Siyu rubbed her eyes and reluctantly rolled her eyelids. After a glance, she yawned and lay down on the sea of flowers. "Oh, it's still early. Let's sleep a little more. My head is dizzy. I stayed up all night last night. I don't feel well." Shuang smiled bitterly. She pulled Siyu up and looked at the darkness around her. She could not help but frown. "Look carefully. The land of origin will not become like this at night. And it should be morning now. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Let's go to the central palace and have a look." Oh, Siyu was half paralyzed. After being pulled for a while, she simply hung herself on Shuang's body. "Oh, take me there. Dizzy. Headache. No, I can't look anymore. There are too many things. My head is full." For a moment, It was hard to tell whether Siyu was crying or talking in her sleep. She had tortured herself until she could not take it anymore before falling down to sleep. Just like little Star, she had been led astray by him. Although Shuang felt that she had no right to criticize Siyu, the flickering crimson-pink flame suddenly appeared in front of her eyes like a weak candle in the wind. First, she saw a pair of legs appear at the edge of the darkness. Then, she saw Qing Huang coming in. Qing Huang was relieved when she saw them. Fortunately, we were all together last night. I just walked a little further, and I almost couldn't find you. Do you know what happened? I don't know. I just woke up. Shuang shook her head. She tried to look for the others through soul communication, but let alone looking for them, they could not even sense more than 5 meters away. The darkness here seemed to have swallowed something. Feng Qing Huang pushed the flame in her hand into the darkness. It was only a meter or two before it dimmed and almost disappeared. She could not help but frown. The light, the energy, something is erasing it. Will this happen in the land of origin? Shuang murmured to herself. Then she shook her head. Forget it. It's useless to talk about it. Let's go back to the palace. Feng Qing Huang nodded. She took 2 steps forward and then paused. She turned around and looked at Shuang. How do we go? Shuang. Ah, this is bad. In a situation where they can't see anything and can't touch anything, to accurately find the palace located in the center of such a big origin continent is really a bit. Moreover, there are quite a lot of terrains on the origin continent. There are ups and downs, big and small places, but in the current situation where they can't even see the ground from 5 meters away, they might completely lose their sense of direction the moment they fly up and can't even find the ground. Although they did not think that anything would happen in the land of origin, the endless darkness still made them feel uncomfortable. They had stayed here for a few days and heard about the land of origin from the gods of origin. They also heard about the situation of the land of origin from the elder sister. However, they did not hear about such a phenomenon. Perhaps this was not a natural phenomenon in the land of origin. Anyway, the only reason they were not worried now was that there were 146 gods of origin here. Even if they were just shadows, they were not ordinary shadows. Nothing would happen. If something could happen in this place, the void of order would have been pierced into a hole. After thinking about it, they looked at each other and calmly sat down. If they wandered around now, they might end up in some strange place. It was better to wait for the honorable gods to pick them up and bring them back. Ah, you're here. I've finally found you. They did not have to wait for long before they heard a voice. A figure flashing with blue light descended into the darkness, causing the darkness to recede a little. The elder sister was slowly walking out of the darkness. She stretched out her hand and put it on them. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Now everyone is here. Let's go back first." Shuang and the others had just responded when the scene in front of them changed abruptly. The white palace appeared in their sight. The vast manor was lit up with origin energy as candles to dispel the darkness. A large group of gods of origin sat on chairs and benches. When they saw them appear, they raised their hands and waved. Seeing the situation here, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If it was not for the darkness outside the manor, they might have really thought that this darkness was an ordinary night scene. Oh, everyone is here. It's lucky that we did not wander around and end up in some strange place. The young man waved at them and turned his head to look at Hui and the others. After counting the number of people, he nodded and said, "Well, everyone is here. Now we can rest assured." Rest assured. Shuang, and the others quickly came over and looked around. However, they did not find the familiar figure. They could not help but ask, "But where is little Star? What happened here?" About that. You don't have to worry about the little one. She is with the little one." The young man sat down and took a sip of tea. He sighed and said, "As for the unusual darkness in this place, I will speak slowly. Sit tight and calm down. This is the domain of chaos." The group of people except the gods of origin slipped off their chairs and onto the ground. When they got up, their expressions were so frightened that it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. If it was not for the young man waving his hand to indicate that he had more to say, they might have answered the call and prepared for battle. As for the domain, it was created by the little one in your house. Everyone, hasn't he been studying the power of chaos these few days? The young man calmly sipped his tea and looked up slightly at the thick darkness outside. It seems that he has figured out something. Good boy. He has directly figured out the domain of chaos. Why do I feel a little awkward? I'm not happy. I'm not happy. The young girl could not help but mutter and pound the ground with her little fist. The ground of the manor shook, as if there was an earthquake. We were clearly here. First, he has not even touched the domain of origin, but he has already grasped the domain of chaos. Ugh, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. The gods of origin all looked up and sighed. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. We and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the gods of origin covering their faces, slapping their heads, and strangling their necks. They felt a little silly, but silly. Their expressions were frozen. Hui hurriedly said, I think I can explain about the domain of chaos." Sui Feng also suddenly remembered and hurriedly explained, "Actually, it's like this." At once, the group of them explained how a certain observer had beaten up all the high-ranking combatants of the Void front line in the domain of origin after being transformed into chaos. He even almost killed a certain guardian with a single slash. In the end, Shuang gave a summary. The domain of chaos was cast by the concept body of chaos through his body. So he was imprinted with the domain of chaos in advance. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry as he patted his stomach. This is nothing. This is Aya. So infuriating, so infuriating. They were naturally happy that the little one had grasped more power. But the domain, it was a very representative thing. The fact that he had grasped the domain of chaos first made them. They were just unhappy. Of course, it was not that they were unhappy with the little one, but they were extremely unhappy with the concept body of chaos that had interfered and insisted on doing something. Damn it. If they could, they really wanted to flip open their coffins and fight with them.